Good morning. It is 5 a.m. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Joan is still not feeling well, so I'll be taking over for the news today. Potential for strong to severe storms Sunday night. Any of the storms late Sunday could contain damaging wind gusts, hail, and or an isolated tornado, as reported by WSMV4's Dan Thomas. Tennessee Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton tells WTN's The Matt Murphy Show, whether Memphis Democrat State Representative Justin Pearson will face consequences for his outburst during a hearing on his gun control bill on Wednesday.
Representative Pearson accused Republican members of the committee of not doing anything about what he calls gun violence, allowing people to die, and he started shouting.
Doing the hard work of making sure.
Then after his bill was rejected, he strolled up to Republican State Rep Andrew Farmer, shouting and pointing in Farmer's face, Farmer staying calm and seated while other lawmakers restrained Pearson. Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton as to what might happen to Pearson next.
We're still working through it. We're talking to the Democrat caucus, and, I'm happy that they're having conversations with Representative Pearson. They're engaged with him in trying to cure this situation as well. Whether or not he listens, I don't know. But we're going to continue to look at maybe some conversations. There may be a consequence or not, maybe a warning about it.
Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Thank you, Ken. In North Carolina, more dry weather raising the risk of wildfires. Here's ABC's Jeff Smith.
Another day of elevated fire risk over North Carolina, particularly western North Carolina, where we've had the fires burning. New red flag warnings in effect for that area. We maximize our wind and minimize our humidity during the afternoons, both today and into the day on Saturday.
Be wary of that if you're in the North Carolina area this weekend. Elon Musk and Doge are now saying they are on track to hit a goal of finding $1 trillion in spending cuts. In an interview with Fox News, Musk says so far they are keeping up the pace of finding $4 billion of waste and fraud every day. More from ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Musk says reaching their goal of cutting $1 trillion in spending is achievable without affecting critical services. Musk even saying Social Security payouts could increase. And he says he's confident the $1 trillion in cuts can be made within 130 days.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Major market indexes slumped on news of President Trump's plans to impose a 25% tariff on car imports. The Dow was down 155 points at close. The S&P 500 sank 19 and the Nasdaq lost 95 points. Automaker stocks slumped as they face higher costs from tariffs on the extended supply chains and production facilities. Shares of General Motors fell hardest Thursday. Tesla, which produces its electric cars in the U.S., saw shares rise. Canada's Chamber of Commerce says the latest round of tariffs will hit hardest in areas President Trump carried in the last election. Their analysis points to San Antonio and Detroit at the top of the list of metro areas that depend on exports to Canada. Representatives from American robotics companies met with lawmakers on Capitol Hill Wednesday to push for a national strategy for the industry. Michelle Franzen, ABC News.
Looking at the futures today, Dow and S&P 500 are looking about a 0.25% drop, as well as Nasdaq is looking at a 0.5% of a drop right now. So everything is pointing down this morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. starting off this morning with a crash with the off-ramp partially blocked. That's Ellington Parkway southbound, that off-ramp to Hart Lane. Looking at the downtown Nashville area, everything is wide open right now, so you should have no issues driving around. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Morning news on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. How are you? Dan Mandis back after a day away. Thanks to Brian Wilson for waking up early for us on one day. But it is Friday. Great to be back as well. I missed a great story yesterday, so I want to catch myself and give you a little bit more perspective on this story with Justin Pearson. Now, we've been covering this quite a bit, and we've been covering it very well. And I want to give my 2 cents on this because one of the things that I've noticed is that a lot of folks are really tiptoeing around the fact that Justin Pearson is in mourning. And I do understand that his family and they are in mourning after his brother committed suicide. And I totally understand that. I totally get that everyone is tiptoeing around the fact that he is in mourning and his family is dealing with a family tragedy. That does not give him the permission to do what he did on Wednesday afternoon. It just doesn't. And so, yeah, Justin Pearson, I'm sorry for your loss. Your behavior sickens me. Because Representative Andy Farmer did not deserve the verbal beatdown that he got from you, Justin Pearson. So let's all admit and say, yeah, you know what? We're sorry that happened to your family. About how his brother committed gun suicide, as Justin Pearson said. By the way, politicizing his brother's death. So you know the story by now. You've got Justin Pearson, who has been gone pretty much for the entire state legislative session. He comes rolling in and starts in about how the state legislature simply has not been working hard enough on gun violence.
We need to do something about the gun violence epidemic. We have the power to do something about the gun violence epidemic, and we don't just have to offer some empty thoughts and prayers.
I don't think it's fair for you to come in front of this committee and lecture us on hard work and convictions and hard work for our committee. So when I understand where you're at and what you're doing and why, but at the end of the day, we've been here working.
It is a pathetic excuse for you to not answer the question of why we are doing nothing about the gun violence epidemic than to personally attack me.
Okay, so did you hear any personal attacks there, my friends? Did you hear any personal attack whatsoever? Now, I didn't hear any. And so for Justin Pearson, and of course, this is what the Democrats do. They attack, and then they try to play the victim, always playing the victim card and, of course, the race card as well. We've all come to understand that is and expect that is what the Democrats do. But then they got into where Pearson has been for the last 3 months.
But let me explain to you what I have been doing, Representative, since you asked. My brother, Temperance Darnell Pearson, one of the loves of my life, passed away from gun suicide on December 1st of 2024.
Okay, and that is rough, really rough for the family. But that was the decision that his brother made. And I understand being angry. I understand being resentful. But I think that he's wrong to seemingly blame the state legislature for not, and I'm going to air quote this, tackling gun violence. And I would like to ask Representative Pearson what he has done back in Memphis to curb gun violence. It's a serious question. And maybe he has held town halls to ask the gangbangers to stop shooting each other. Have you, Justin Pearson? Have you walked the apartment complexes and the neighborhoods in the communities that are impacted by this gun violence, asking the gangs to give up their more than likely stolen guns? Have you done that? Because as anyone knows, you can pass all the laws you want, and this is well-worn territory, but you can pass all the gun laws that you want, but the bad guys, the gangbangers, are still going to have their guns. Would the piece of legislation that he did introduce and he wanted passed, would that piece of legislation prevented his brother from doing what he did? I don't know. Because as Representative Farmer said, he wasn't there to work the legislation, to work the bill. So eventually the bill gets voted down. And this was part of that, I'm going to air quote this, that dialogue where Justin Pearson, he just goes off.
While you've been here passing bills that have not ended poverty, while you've been here passing bills that have not helped people who need Medicaid expansion, while you've been here doing the hard work of making sure that our state is not the state that it can be, because you have decided.
Representative Pearson.
Reality of our situation is only to be.
Representative Pearson.
While you've been here doing that, I've been in my community.
Representative Pearson.
Meeting with young people, going to school, registering.
Representative Pearson.
Voters. That's what I've been doing. Hard work doesn't just happen with this legislation. It happens.
Representative Pearson.
And if you will, Chairman, just one more.
He just goes on and on and on and on.
Representative Pearson.
Seem to understand my life better than I do. You need to understand that hard work isn't just.
How is this allowed? I gotta ask, and I understand that it's not allowed. I totally understand that, and he's got his clap crew with him, of course, but he just goes off like he's allowed to do that, and obviously he's not. But this is what they do. This is what the Democrats do. A lot of this, of course, is performative. Putting all of that aside, because what happened, of course, next, zero justification for what you just heard. And then Pearson runs up to Farmer, and I know that you've seen this before, and I know that you've heard all of this before, but I'm trying to put everything sort of together. Pearson runs up to Farmer, who's just sitting there, and he launches against Farmer, tries to get into his grill, points his finger at Representative Farmer before he was held back by others, and he eventually had to be escorted out of the room. And you hopefully have seen the video. I posted it on my social media on X at Dan Mandis Show. But no matter what has happened to Justin Pearson's family, it does not justify that kind of behavior. It does not justify the verbal assault that Representative Andy Farmer received, and it doesn't justify what he did. And I believe that I can say that while still being respectful as to what his family is going through. And we can debate all day long about whether or not he should be gone for, basically the entire legislative season or session so that he can take care of his family. I'm going to put that aside because everybody grieves differently. But as all of this is happening, a little bit afterwards, Pearson shows up on Fox 17 locally.
Representative Farmer was very disrespectful, dismissive of the pain, the heartache that we're experiencing, and was making it seem as though I had no right to advocate on behalf of District 86 because I've been taking care of my nephews and making sure that our family, my mom and my dad, were okay.
At no point did Representative Farmer say that he couldn't advocate for his family or for his district. Nor did Farmer attack his family. And of course, the local media, I would ask, have you seen, Super Text line is open, 615-737-9986. Have you seen anywhere where the local media calls out dude for lying, I will. All Farmer said was, we have been here. We have been doing the work. We have been working. You haven't. Pearson started it. All Farmer was doing was defending himself from the body. Now, the argument could be made that Pearson was screaming about how we haven't done any work on gun violence specifically, and that he and Farmer were sort of not on the same page. But that doesn't excuse Pearson's verbal assault, the near physical assault of Farmer. Not to mention, of course, breaking protocol in the chambers, all of that. And so I love what Cameron Sexton, Speaker of the Tennessee House, Cameron Sexton said yesterday on the Murphy Show. I've got more of that audio coming up. It is 5:15. Time to check the roads on WTN.
No new accidents to report. Currently, all the highways are looking good at the moment, and no signs of any stop-and-go traffic. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
As far as your weather for today, sunny and a high near 80. Saturday, late rain and a high of 75. On Sunday, watch for storms and a high of 78. Some of those storms could be severe. We've got your complete forecast coming up at 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So after all of that, Representative Farmer turns up on Matt Murphy's show, who's done a splendid, spectacular job of covering all of this. And Farmer says, look, I didn't mean to offend the guy.
In no way did I ever intend to go anywhere near being personal with him, his family, his late brother. I can imagine what that's like, losing a loved one, you know, being that close. And I understand the time he took.
Well, look, the truth is, again, that Farmer didn't say a damn thing that deserved the abhorrent vitriol that he got from Pearson. No. Pearson is the one that has not been doing his job, and he knows it. He was gone for the entire session. Now, again, I understand that his family is grieving. That is a long time to be gone, especially when he comes back and he starts in on how the Republicans have not been working.
He hadn't been here. So he gets up there, immediately starts to demean all the members of that committee, all the Republican members. I mean, he just goes hard and says that we're not working hard enough, we're not doing what we need to do, and we need to be doing more. I thought, goodness, I was like, I just want to make it clear that we've been here working, and I understood why a person would take some time. He took a very long time. Everybody grieves differently. I understand that. We've had a member of the General Assembly that's lost his father here recently. We had a member that's lost his wife this year. We have a member that has got a liver transplant that is going to be here. It happened about 3 weeks, maybe going on a month ago. He's going to be here tomorrow. We've had a member that had a heart attack last week, and he's here today.
Yeah, and Farmer reiterated to Murphy's show that he really had to stand up for not only himself, but the entire body that has been working hard.
Just to come back and to show up one day, and all of a sudden you just start, disrespecting the hard work of this General Assembly, the folks that have sacrificed so much to be here, and people understand how much sacrifice people make with their families, leaving home hours away, not having that time, never going to get it back. But we spend it here passing the laws that the people of Tennessee has asked us to do. We're representing our districts, and we're working hard.
Right. I mean, he is absolutely right. Of course, he's right. So all of this has been percolating in the last couple of days. It all happened on Wednesday afternoon. And I do like what Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton had to say about all this, a guy that has had to deal with a lot of these things that you've got Justin Pearson and you've got the other two. And I got to tell you that, number one, I really like, again, what Sexton had to say. But number two, how they're going to deal with this moving forward. I've got that part of the story coming up. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Also today, I have got a jam-packed show. We have Congressman Mark Green. He is going to be joining us later on in the program. Let me make sure I've got all the times right. We've got Congressman Mark Green at 7:05. James Carafano from the Heritage Foundation. He's going to be joining us as well at 7:35 for a really nice foreign policy update. We'll also, of course, be talking about Signal Gate with both Mark Green, of course, a former military, James Carafano, a former military as well as a foreign policy expert with the Heritage Foundation. Also joining us today at 6:38 will be E.J. Host. So a lot going on today. Also, Elon Musk, a great interview with Bret Baier last night on where Doge has been saving us $1 trillion and is going in the future. So we've got a lot of stories straight ahead here on Super Talk. And by the way, definitely something to think about watching over the weekend, where Laura Trump, she's got Susie Wiles on now on Fox News weekend. And so, you know, Susie Wiles, right? She is really very much credited with getting Donald Trump elected, not only the first time, but here the second time as well. And she is Donald Trump's chief of staff. What she says about the president of the United States is really shocking and really cool. I've got that audio for you ahead as well. Very busy morning on Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis here, live from the basement, working from home today. KGB, though, is in the WTN newsroom. And KGB, what's coming up in the news at 5:30?
Well, we have a possible change in DUI laws here in Tennessee being discussed. Also, President Trump continues his interest in Greenland and what that would mean for U.S.'s national security. Those stories coming up at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis back in the saddle, sort of. Broadcasting from home today. Coming up, just very busy day today. We've got all the latest from the Signal Gate. I got to tell you, and I have so much to say. So I've got the proof that the Democrats, the only reason why they're making a big flippin' deal about Signal Gate is because they have nothing else. I've got the audio. I have the audio to prove it, and I'll do that coming up after the news at 5:30 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So I'm kind of weaving through the older news and the updates with this whole Justin Pearson controversy. And I do believe, and I did play a lot of audio that you've heard before. I played some new audio as well. But I think part of what's going on is that Pearson is trying to, and I'm trying to say this with all due respect, man, but Pearson is himself politicizing his brother's suicide because he called it gun suicide. And I do understand. I've been sitting around here for a couple of days now, a day and a half, and I'm listening to the politicians. I'm listening to Cameron Sexton and Representative Farmer, and everybody's, very well. We understand that, Pearson's, brother committed suicide, and the family's going through a lot, and so on and so forth. And I totally get it. His family is going through a lot. But bad circumstances, they don't allow or forgive or justify bad behavior. And that is what Justin Pearson did. Cameron Sexton was on Murphy's show yesterday.
Right. And so the interesting thing is, once again, as we all know about Representative Pearson, he wants to play the victim, as always. Mm-hmm. And so he wanted to play the victim that they insulted his family in the crisis that his family went through, which was not the case at all. He is under, obviously, Representative Pearson's under a lot of emotional distress. And so he flew off the handle and went up, and he was going to look like he was going to try to start a fight there in committee. And people had to separate him. Representative Farmer never lost his cool, never said anything, never pointed, never did anything back. Representative Pearson was the aggressor.
And I got to tell you, man, Andy Farmer, that dude gets the game ball for the week because Pearson wanted a fight. Pearson wanted Farmer to get up and put his finger right back in the face of Representative Pearson. He didn't take the bait. Congratulations to Representative Andy Farmer and, quite frankly, all of the Republicans that have been dealing with Justin Pearson, frankly, for the past couple of years. And coming up, there's one more slight, side story on this whole thing. Then I'm going to get into Signal Gate as well. But I'm going to prove to you that this stunt by Representative Pearson was performative by something that happened as he was very quickly walking towards Representative Farmer. And I've got that part of the story straight ahead. It is 5:30 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 5:30. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Joan's still not feeling well, so I'm taking over right here in the back. Over at the state capitol, lawmakers debating changes to DUI laws. Here is WTN's own Ken Weaver.
There is a push to lower the level of blood alcohol content to charge someone with aggravated vehicular homicide if they're at fault in a fatal crash. News 2 says Piper Republican State Rep Ron Gant's bill lowers the threshold from 0.20% to 0.15%.
Lowering the enhanced blood alcohol content holds individuals accountable for driving with significantly impaired judgment and motor skills. It sends a strong message, Mr. Chairman and committee, that being twice the legal limit will have a serious legal consequence.
News 2 says data from the Department of Public Safety and Homeland Security shows between February of 24 and January, 1 in 3 people killed in Tennessee crashes involved someone driving under the influence. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
A trip to Greenland, now headed by Vice President J.D. Vance, is bringing along with him National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Energy Secretary Chris Wright. ABC's Terry Moran has the story.
President Trump says U.S. control of Greenland is essential for the nation's security.
I think we'll go as far as we have to go.
Energy Secretary Wright expanding on those claims.
If there are nuclear weapons coming at the United States, they're not coming across the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. They're coming over the poles. So having northern monitoring for our strategic defense is critical.
Wright also acknowledges the rare earth minerals in Greenland.
More news from D.C. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order in regard to recent monuments and historical statues that have been taken down.
The executive order entitled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History targets 21 Smithsonian museums, 14 education and research centers, and the National Zoo. Included in the order, the removal of historical context relating to race and gender, prohibiting transgender women from being included in the upcoming American Women's History Museum, and the order paving the way for the restoration of monuments and statues of Confederates and other figures that were taken down in 2020 after the killing of George Floyd. Dave Packer, ABC News.
Looking now at the weather coming Sunday, we do have an alert from Stefano DiPietro at WSMV4, and there's still signs of possible hail and very low chance of tornadoes, so just be wary of that heading into Sunday night. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Right now, we got some road work with the left lane blocked on I-24 eastbound between Shelby Avenue, exit 49, and I-40 east split. That's exit 58B. Otherwise, around the highway area, 65 north and south are looking wide open. That 24 ramp onto 40, as well as the opposite end, are looking good. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.538 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on back. Dan Mandis here. Super text line alive and well at 615-737-9986. 4702 says, I admire Representative Farmer. At one point, Justin Pearson grabbed his arm. Now, I didn't see that, but maybe he did. I didn't see that, but it wouldn't surprise me with the vitriol and the anger, performative, that Justin Pearson had. 4702 says he would have grabbed my arm. He would have gotten his butt whipped right there in front of the world. Totally get it. Totally get it. And so this was Cameron Sexton on Murphy's show. And one of the things, if you've watched the video, and by the way, you can see it on my X feed at Dan Mandis Show. But this is Cameron Sexton. Where he's talking about Pearson. He's always playing the victim card, and he's always playing the race card as well. And yes, he does have his clap crew who is going to egg him on as well.
No, it's not true. And now the far left is now trying to put threats on Representative Farmer back at his home, right? Because that's what the left wants to do. That's what they try to do. That's what Representative Pearson is allowing to happen. But if you listen to your clip, he's the one who brought up his family, and he's the one that brought up that.
Yep.
Look, we understand that he blames violence on guns. We blame it on the people, right? And the people should be arrested, and it's just a difference of philosophy. The problem is, unfortunately, Representative Pearson cannot handle people who disagree with him.
Well, okay, and I believe that is true. But one other thing to consider as you see Pearson on that video, and he's walking across the room to go after Farmer. There's a woman walking behind him with a Covenant Strong sign that is it's a type of like a blanket sign kind of a thing, whatever, kind of like a scarf. I don't know how to describe it. But it says Covenant Strong on it. Apparently she's a Covenant mom. So there is quite a bit of, it seems to me, quite a bit of orchestration going on here as well, because we all know that the Democrats, they can be very performative, right? So Pearson is walking across the room. If you're looking at your screen, he's walking across the room left to right, and right behind him is this, I guess, a Covenant mom with a sign that says Covenant Strong. You mean to tell me that was some sort of a coincidence? That was some sort of an accident? She just decided that that's what she was going to do? Or was there some sort of a performative nature about all of this? I mean, let's not forget that this again, could be another performance by one of the Justins to try to get as much attention to them and their cause as possible. And now this story, and then I'm going to move on. Covenant School mom could be banned from Capitol after being involved in lawmaker confrontation. A Covenant School mom could face consequences after trying to diffuse the confrontation between Justin Pearson and Andrew Farmer, Republican out of Knoxville. Pearson was forcibly removed from a House Criminal Justice Subcommittee meeting on Wednesday after confronting Farmer for comments the Knoxville Republican made about Pearson's absence from the state capitol. during a discussion of a bill to change gun laws. Pearson had just presented a gun reform measure when Farmer made a comment about Pearson's personal life. Sarah Shoup Newman was present and among those trying to restrain Pearson amid the scuffle. Newman has been a vocal advocate for gun control laws in the state since the Covenant School shooting 2 years ago that claimed the lives of 6 individuals, including 3 children. But what she did was she came up to the podium or whatever, and so now they're thinking about banning her. House Speaker Sexton likened the situation to that of a regular citizen walking onto the floor of the House of Representatives during session. He says that is a process you just cannot do. But can I go back to something? This is WKRN. So this is channel what, 2? And this is the sentence that just struck me. Pearson had just presented a gun reform measure when Farmer made a comment about Pearson's personal life. Now, after I just spent, this is why you've got to, and I don't mean to toot our own horn, but this is why you have to bypass the media like WKRN and really focus on either, radio shows or podcasts or whatever that can actually give you a deeper perspective, because that line is so incredibly lacking in context. Pearson had just presented a gun reform measure when Farmer made a comment about Pearson's personal life. I just played you all of that audio, basically showing you that Pearson came on, attacked the body, attacked the Republicans, and Farmer was simply defending himself. And guess what? Farmer didn't say anything about Pearson's personal life. He basically said, we've all been here. We've all been doing our jobs. You haven't. And he was very, again, everybody's got the very hushed tones about why Pearson was gone. And again, as I said at the outset, the beginning of this monologue, I said it's very sad what happened to Pearson's family. They are grieving, but that doesn't justify what he did. And so that line from WKRN, Channel 2, Pearson had just presented a gun reform measure when a Farmer made a comment about Pearson's personal life. They're demonizing Farmer and not giving the full context as to what Pearson actually did. Dude started it. And what Pearson said and Pearson's behavior was far, far worse than anything Farmer did. And as I said, for the week, Farmer gets the game ball. Farmer is my MVP for the week because of the way that he restrained himself as he was under verbal assault from Justin Pearson. So we'll have to watch this story to see how it develops. But, it looks to me, and KGB was playing an audio bite where he was talking about Cameron Sexton and how they're going to deal with this. And they are trying to decide how to deal with this situation. But I got to tell you that if this was in any regular place of business, if this was in some sort of a, private business, Justin Pearson would be fired on the spot. A lot of people are talking about on the Super Text line, how much does your company give or approve or allow for bereavement time? One guy on the Super Text line said 3 to 5 days. He was gone for 3 months. He was gone for the entire session. And again, we all grieve differently, and I totally understand that. And the fact that his family is going through this, it is incredibly sad. I think part of what is going on with Pearson is that his brother, who committed gun suicide, had nephews. And I'm assuming that they're younger nephews. So maybe that is part of the dynamic. Super text line is open, 615-737-9986, 615-737-WWTN. Signalgate. There's a lot going on with Signalgate. There's a lot going on with these judges that have been trying to stop Donald Trump. Mike Johnson said something really, really interesting. I've got that to start off the next hour here on Nashville's Morning News, because what Johnson sounds like they're going to look at is they may stop funding, they may be defunding some of these district courts. We've got that coming up in the 6th. Ari Fleischer posted this. No one is talking about this part of the signal call, but in many ways, it is the most important revelation. And I hate to toot my own horn here, but I actually mentioned this on day one. European Navy ships are militarily incapable of defending against Houthi attacks. Remember what the conversation about this was, where J.D. Vance, Vice President Vance, said, I disagree with Donald Trump on this. Why are we once again bailing out Europe? If their military is so terrible and so weak that they can't take on these Houthi rebels funded by Iran, well, that's a European problem. Ari Fleischer puts it as a ragtag militia built by Iran is stronger than French, British, navies, etc. And he calls it disgraceful, and it is. Now, you know that Ari Fleischer, he used to work as press secretary for George W. Bush, and he is reacting to that part of the text. Here's part of what he said. Michael Waltz said this. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against the types of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. Per the president's request, we are working with DOD and state to determine how to compile the costs associated and levy them on the Europeans. I mean, that is crazy. How is it possible that Europe doesn't have the ability to defend against these kinds of things? I mean, isn't anti-ship cruise missiles and drones, I mean, this is pretty standard warfare. I mean, I believe. I mean, I'll ask James Carafano at 7:35. I may even ask Mark Green at 7:05. But these are this is like weaponry 101 these days. Drone warfare and anti-ship cruise missiles, and the Navy from the British and the French, they don't have the ability to defend themselves against this? I was really surprised by that. And so that is part of why you have J.D. Vance saying that he is basically tired of bailing out Europe. Now, there is a lawsuit going on with Signalgate, brought by a group called American Oversight, accusing the Trump administration of violating the Federal Records Act. And so I know this is going to shock you. And I already know that you know this story. But James Boasberg, the same judge that has gone against Donald Trump not once, not twice, not 3 times, but now 4 times, has now been magically assigned to this case. Again, it is his 4th case against Donald Trump by Judge Boasberg.
I mean, you talk about forum shopping here, Vic. It looks like it. Maybe it's not. It sure looks like it.
It sure does. I mean, if you're an anti-Trump administration activist or a judge or a plaintiff, you need to go to Vegas, because the odds of this are very low. It's supposed to be a randomly assigned judge.
Yeah, supposedly they have some kind of a wheel that they use. And by the way, that is Trace Gallagher with Vic Bajaj, a legal analyst for Fox News.
You have to be the president. You have to be elected, and the judge is not elected by the people of the United States. The only position in office that's elected by everyone is the president of the United States. This is a clash of the constitutional titans. You have, on the one hand, the executive branch, President Trump's administration. On the other hand, you have the judicial branch, the lower district courts. The district courts don't have the power that this judge is trying to impute. The executive branch, under the Constitution of the United States, Article 2 in black and white, has this unequivocal power. This judge is supposedly having some sort of an optic issue here, inserting himself as a fact finder when this authority should be unquestioned.
All right, so we'll have to see what happens. But is this a constitutional crisis? Some people say yes, other people say no. But as far as all of this goes, Donald Trump himself weighs in on Truth Social at, of course, again, the magical appearance of Judge Boasberg yet again. He says, how disgraceful is it that Judge James Boasberg has just been given a fourth Donald Trump case, something which is statistically impossible. The president saying there's no way for a Republican, especially a Trump Republican, to win before him. He is highly conflicted, not only in his hatred of me, he's got massive Trump derangement syndrome. He questioned the fairness of judicial assignments. And by the way, as you may or may not know, but Judge Boasberg, his wife, has been on the socials going after Donald Trump for a long time. And she has also donated to a lot of Democrats. And so President Trump questioning on Truth Social the fairness of judicial assignments, asking, is there such a thing as the wheel where the judges are chosen fairly and at random? And claimed it was virtually impossible for him to get an honest ruling in Washington, D.C., labeling the courts there as broken and corrupt. And that is absolute truth. The courts, the district courts in Washington, D.C. are broken. They are corrupt. And Mike Johnson absolutely lays down some thunder. I've got that audio for you. And also coming up after the news at 6, proof in audio form that the Democrats are really using this as a way to, quite frankly, justify their existence to their base. And again, I've got that detail, that audio for you from Hakeem Jeffries. It is 5:54 on Nashville's Morning News. House Minority Leader, Democrat Leader Hakeem Jeffries. It is 5:54, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. E.J. Host is coming up at 6:38 in the next hour. Congressman Mark Green at 7:05 and James Carafano at 7:35. A lot going on here on Nashville's Morning News. The Super Text line is open. And I do agree, 7219, the swamp does indeed run deep. 615-737-9986. News is coming up next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 6 a.m. on the dot. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. New information has been discovered about the helicopter that collided with an airplane that took the lives of 67 people. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
Investigators revealed the helicopter had turned off its geotransmitter, or ADSB. It sends out real-time altitude and speed. Information investigators say could have warned air traffic control that the chopper was too high. Military officials say the crew on a training mission opted to turn off the system to avoid public tracking software. It's unclear why.
The Tennessee Supreme Court has ruled against a woman who complained to the state lawmakers about COVID-19 vaccination requirements at work. Ken Weaver has the story.
Channel 10 in Knoxville says in 2021, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee required employees to get a COVID-19 vaccine during the pandemic. Heather Smith, the plaintiff in the case, sent an email to the Tennessee legislature, said she was upset about the requirement after she tried asking for religious accommodations and a change in her position to avoid getting the shot. Blue Cross Blue Shield warned her the email violated its policies. But she sent another email to lawmakers anyway, and the company fired her for violating the company's social media policies. Smith filed a lawsuit in Hamilton County alleging she was fired for exercising her constitutional right to petition the government. But the state Supreme Court says no. The state constitution only covers the government from retaliating against citizens for petitioning it. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Looking at a cold case, 42 years after a young woman disappeared just outside Chicago, pieces of the puzzle are finally falling into place. ABC's Jim Ryan says the woman's car was found earlier this week submerged in a river.
The skeletal remains found inside that 1980 Toyota Celica have been positively identified as those of the car's owner, Karen Sheepers. Still, Elgin, Illinois Police Chief Anna Lally says
this is the beginning of what is still considered an open and active investigation.
The next job for the county coroner is to determine how the 23-year-old died. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Shares in companies that make cars and car parts fell Thursday, dragging down the broader market in the wake of the president's new tariffs. 25% fees on foreign-made vehicles are set to hit next week. Tariffs on car parts made overseas take effect in May. The S&P heads into this morning's trading after closing down 1/3%. The Nasdaq dropped a little over 0.5%. The Dow dropped nearly 155 points to close at 42,299. Shares in Ubisoft surged overnight after the French video game publisher announced a deal to spin off some of its best-selling franchises. Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six will fall under a new subsidiary. In a near-party-line vote, the Republican-controlled Senate has approved a measure that would strike down a Biden-era rule capping bank and overdraft fees at $5. Consumer advocates say that'll allow banks and credit unions to charge higher fees than the actual cost of those services. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looking at the numbers right now, Dow and S&P 500 are pointing down, but less than 0.1% of a change. Nasdaq is looking at a 0.2% change, pointing downwards as well. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. Still experiencing some stop-and-go traffic on I-24 eastbound between I-65 North Split, exit 46, and I-40 East Split. That's exit 58B. Experiencing stop-and-go traffic there. Otherwise, looking around the downtown Nashville area, that's the only thing of note. Everything else is wide open. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:07 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis back on the saddle. Sort of, broadcasting from home this morning. And thanks to Brian Wilson for filling in for me yesterday. Very much appreciated. So I am broadcasting from the Dan Cave this morning. And I got to tell you, I know that this is something that everyone can relate to. Trying to work and get a kid ready for school. So I spent the last 10 minutes making bacon, screaming at little man Riker to, eat his breakfast, put his shoes on, brush his teeth, and here we are. So it's been a chaotic morning in the Mandis household. However, there's a lot of news that is going on, and I got to tell you that part of what's going on, and I think that we all know that there is a lot of judicial interference going on. And yes, Signalgate does continue. And so part of what's going on, and I know that, and I'll ask Congressman Mark Green about all of this coming up later this morning at 7:05. But the Democrats are making a very big deal out of this, and I'm going to tell you why. And I know that we've all said this, is because they've got nothing else. But I've got proof of that now. Number one, everyone knows that the core, the base of the Democrat Party, they've all been saying, you've got to fight more against Donald Trump. You've got to fight, fight, fight. All right, so the Democrats, as I just mentioned, on the defensive. And they are blowing this way out, in my opinion, they are blowing this way out of proportion. This is House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries. Listen very closely to what he has to say.
We're in the middle of a fight right now as it relates to Pete Hegseth. He needs to resign or be fired by Donald Trump. We've made that clear across the caucus. And Democrats, I think, showed fight in the Senate hearing on Tuesday and in the House hearing on Wednesday.
So you hear what he said. He says, and I can hear his shoulders shrugged and his palms up, basically saying, we're fighting. We showed fight in the House hearings, and we showed fight in the Senate. And I love the part where he's like, we're demanding that Donald Trump fire Pete Hegseth. Hakeem Jeffries, you are not in a position to demand anything. And so the overblown hyperbole, the rhetoric on all of this, the sky is falling. Nonsense is just over the top. And so Hakeem Jeffries, basically, the way that he put that is, we are fighting. So this is the Democrats' opportunity and time to show that, yes, they are fighting Donald Trump. Remember, that's the big knock against them. They're not fighting hard enough. And so here we are. Now, Donald Trump was asked yesterday about firing Pete Hegseth. The Democrats and the media, all of these folks, are demanding that heads roll and people either resign or get fired. And Pete Hegseth is in everybody's crosshairs on the left and in the media, which, by the way, is that a little suspicious to you? National Security Director Mike Waltz, and I realize I'm getting a little weedy here, but just work with me here. Mike Waltz is the National Security Advisor. He also is the guy that had the Atlantic's Jeffrey Goldberg in his phone. And Waltz, in the past, not so distant past, has been called the swamp creature. So why is it that the Democrats and the media, why are they focusing on Pete Hegseth if Mike Waltz is to blame? Mike Waltz admitted that he was the one that put Goldberg's name, or his assistant, into his phone. Well, this is Donald Trump, and he was talking about this yesterday.
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the various people involved. I really don't know. Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility, I would imagine. Had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike. But again, the attacks were unbelievably successful, and that's ultimately what you should be talking about, I think. Mike did. He took responsibility for it.
Should Secretary consider his position over this, Mr.
Say it.
Should Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing.
Why are they focused on Hegseth? Why is the media, I feel like I'm shouting today, I apologize. But why is the media focusing on Pete Hegseth when Mike Waltz is the guy who made the mistake? Why are they trying to protect Mike Waltz? And I like Mike Waltz. But why is the media and the Democrats, why are they protecting Mike Waltz by trying to go after Pete Hegseth? I think that's a legit question.
Consider his position over the signal.
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this. Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt. Here we are talking about some of the greatest business deals ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal and we use Signal and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform.
So that is obviously Donald Trump. By the way, Signal downloads have exploded since all of this happened. So, Hegseth and Mike Waltz and Donald Trump saying, you're welcome to Signal. And Donald Trump is right. Now, the reason why they're trying to go after Hegseth, their justification is because they're saying that he group texted classified information, air quoting, classified information and war plans on Signal. Now, remember, you have to compare and contrast all of this to Joe Biden. One way to look at it. After Afghanistan, Joe Biden and his administration, they were still saying that debacle was a success. And Donald Trump is saying, look, the attack on the Houthis was a success. Now, the attack on the Houthis was a success, but Afghanistan? The pullout of Afghanistan? No, that was not a success by any stretch of the imagination. Also remember their response, Biden's response to Abbeygate, was to car bomb a car and a group of people that they thought were terrorists, but actually it was a family of like 9, not terrorists. And so when you look at what Donald Trump did and his administration did, and by the way, they're admitting there was a mistake. They're saying, you know what, our bad. We made a mistake. But here's the thing. That's not good enough for the bloodthirsty media and the desperate Democrats.
I think that's actually kind of a refreshing thing for the government to say, okay, yes, effed up, we'll fix it, this won't happen again, especially when you contrast it with previous military and national security snafus in our recent history in which no one was held accountable, no one was fired, no mistakes were admitted, until the very end, Joe Biden was saying Afghanistan was a success. I like it here that Donald Trump, the president, said he's a good man, but he learned a lesson. That tells me he and the president with Waltz had a hard talk.
Right. So now what should the Republicans do about all this, if anything? Got an opinion. And also what Mike Johnson is going to do with all of this, perhaps, is a big part of this story. And it is coming up next. It is 6:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much. 6:16. As far as your weather for today, sunny and a high near 80. Saturday, some late rain, high of 75. Sunday, watch for storms, and they're talking about some could be a little severe. A high of 78. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So in the last couple of segments, we've talked about what Donald Trump should do and what he is doing related to Signalgate. And by the way, there's a lot of people talking about how, and it is true, that Signal being used as a platform was actually approved by the Biden administration. They did have, according to some restrictions, and some of those restrictions did include classified information I believe there was one article that I read where they talked about how they should not be using Signal for anything related to, national security, war plans, and the like. And so that is something that we'll be talking with James Carafano coming up at 7:35, and also with Congressman Mark Green at 7:05 on Nashville's Morning News. But what should the Republicans do about a number of different things? Because realize, and I was talking about this earlier, you've got now a lawsuit that has been filed against the Trump administration. And regarding Signalgate, and it's Judge James Boasberg. And so Donald Trump, of course, is going to be presiding over all of this. And so President Trump is saying that Boasberg needs to be impeached. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, he made some headlines for saying this. I thought it was interesting. He is threatening to defund these districts.
We do have authority over the federal courts, as you know. We can eliminate an entire district court. We have power funding over the courts and all these other things. But desperate times call for desperate measures, and Congress is going to act. So stay tuned for that.
So, yeah, this is something that the Republicans in Congress could do. There is a conflict within the Republican Party, though, between whether or not these judges should be impeached or not. And now Johnson taking another step and saying that they can defund these districts if they so choose. But he also said something else. The Republicans are also going to start hearings next week on limiting the scope of these partisan judges. And so I want you to listen to these numbers from Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, because they really do tell a compelling story about these partisan judges. And I know that we've all spoken about this, about how you have all of these judges that are basically on Rolodex, and you have these groups that are affiliated with the Democrats themselves, filing all of these lawsuits. They go judge shopping as well. We've all talked about that too. And clearly, there is a movement in the Democrat Party, across the Democrat Party, to stop Donald Trump through legislation. It is another version of lawfare.
We're working with the Judiciary Committee, which is the appropriate area of jurisdiction for that. I talked to Chairman Jordan this morning about it, and they'll be having a hearing early next week, I believe, to highlight these abuses. Let me just say this, and I know that you all have seen the numbers, but this is a serious problem. Something is happening right now that has not happened before. In the last 100 years, listen to this, 67% of the injunctions issued against a president were issued against one president alone, and that's Donald J. Trump. 67% of the injunctions over the last 100 years. Okay, that's a problem. 92% of those were issued by judges who were known or accused of being partisan, Democrat appointees to the court. So that something unusual is happening, something that is out of the norm. It is a dangerous trend, and it violates equal justice under law, that critical principle. It violates our system itself. It violates separation of powers when a judge thinks that they can enjoin something that a president is doing that the American people voted for. That is not what the founders intended.
No, it's not. And I'm going to repeat those numbers because I believe that it is important. Over the past 100 years, 67% of injunctions have been issued against Donald Trump. 92% were brought by partisan Democratic judges. So, listen, we have to maintain that separation of powers and equal justice under the law. And right now, with Donald Trump, that is not happening. It is 6:21 on Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7. And KGB, Jeff Malinoff, is in the WTN newsroom in for Joe Jones. Jeff, what's coming up?
We have an update on the process of Doge saving $1 trillion. Also, President Trump's recent executive order bringing back some monuments that were taken down. Those stories and more coming up at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.622, Nashville's Morning News. I cannot wait for Saturday, May 31st. It is the Glock Store's annual open house. Dan Mandis here. Now, you know that America is full of gun stores. Certainly Tennessee, no stranger to gun stores. But here in Middle Tennessee, my home for all things 2A is the Glock store. Whether it is training, buying, or upgrading, you can count on the Glock store. Now, one of the reasons why Glocks are the most popular handgun in America is that there's so many custom and performance parts. And at the Glock store, they will install those performance parts for free. You buy them, they're going to install them. There's always a gunsmith on duty at the Glock store, and yes, you did hear that right. You buy the parts, they'll install them for free while you wait. There's a lot of reasons to like the Glock store. Free parts and installation is just one of them. Free parts installation is just one of them. So I know that you're going to find a lot to like about the Glock store, just like me. Minutes from the airport and worth the drive from anywhere. Don't forget about the big open house. They've got great deals. They've got incredible giveaways as well, and WTN will be there too. Find them online, a couple of great websites, shoot270.com and glockstore.com. Tell them Dan Mandis told you to reach out. .627, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk, 89.7 WTN. Dan Mandis here. Back in the saddle, sort of. Appreciate Brian Wilson filling in for me yesterday. and broadcasting from home today. By the way, if you want to check us out on YouTube, YouTube is on. You want to watch the show, like and subscribe to the YouTube channel. And also you can find our podcasts anywhere. You can watch us anywhere. YouTube is how I like you to watch. You can also watch us on Facebook. You can also find us on 997WTN.com and pretty much everywhere that you can stream. Now, there's a lot of things going on. Coming up at 6:38 after the news, going to speak to E.J. Host, our friend E.J., about a number of different things. But, you know, some of you folks had some great comments about Pete Hegseth. One of them, as we go to the Super Talk line, is that Tracy says, and Tracy is a Red Pill Moms Club member. Thank you, Tracy. She says, because Pete Hegseth is not at all swampy. I don't know if she's being facetious on that or not. But also, 1313 says Pete Hegseth would routinely come down on the mainstream media while at Fox News. So he says, 1313 says, I feel that they see him as the enemy. Peter says Democrats are afraid of being exposed. A lot of great comments on the super text line, which is 615-737-9986. Some new polling out there, and I'm going to get into this a little bit more with EJ. But there's more polling out there that shows that Donald Trump is doing well. He's doing well right now, regardless of, and I'd be willing to bet, if you ask the majority of people how Donald Trump is doing and how they really feel about Signalgate, I'd be willing to bet that they understand that mistakes happen. Just like Donald Trump has been saying, mistakes do happen. And I think that by and large, the people still trust the Trump administration. But listen to this headline from The Hill. This is actually from a few weeks ago, but the point is that Americans' trust in media is now at its lowest point in 5 decades. We're going to talk about that and relate it back to the battle over the defunding of NPR, which I believe should happen. So we're going to talk about that, some new Trump polling as well. A lot going on. It is Nashville's Morning News for a Friday on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
It's 6:30. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Looking in the news in Nashville, State Representative Justin Pearson might not be the only one facing repercussions for his outburst in a committee hearing on Wednesday. Here's Ken Weaver.
Republican leadership is considering banning Covenant School mom Sarah Shoup Newman for crossing over into the committee member area during Memphis Democrat State Rep Justin Pearson's tirade in the House Criminal Justice Subcommittee hearing on Wednesday. She was trying to pull Pearson away as Pearson was shouting and pointing into Republican State Rep Andrew Farmer's face. Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton says, you can't do that no matter what the circumstance.
Public's not allowed up there for obvious reasons, whether it's for good intent or bad intent. You're not allowed up there. And so there's no gray area on that at all.
Newman's children attended the Covenant School when the shooting happened in 2023, and she's become one of the more prominent protesters for gun control during the General Assembly ever since. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Heading over to D.C., Elon Musk and Doge are now saying they are on track to hit a goal of finding $1 trillion in spending cuts. In an interview with Fox News, Musk says so far they are keeping up the pace of finding $4 billion of waste and fraud every day. More from ABC's Andrew Dimbert.
Musk says reaching their goal of cutting $1 trillion in spending is achievable without affecting critical services. Musk even saying Social Security payouts could increase. And he says he's confident the $1 trillion in cuts can be made within 130 days.
Looking more into D.C., President Donald Trump has signed an executive order in regard to recent monuments and historical statues that have been taken down.
The executive order entitled Restoring Truth and Sanity to American History targets 21 Smithsonian museums, 14 education and research centers, and the National Zoo. Included in the order, the removal of historical context relating to race and gender, prohibiting transgender women from being included in the upcoming American Women's History Museum, and the order paving the way for the restoration of monuments and statues of Confederates and other figures that were taken down in 2020 after the killing of George Floyd. Dave Packer, ABC News.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
Thank you, Jeff. 632 on Super Talk 99.7. Friends, what could you do with an extra $75,000 right now? Maybe even a couple $100,000. Well, if you own a home, you can get that money in less than a week with my friends at Loan Pronto. Now, they are the leader in quickly converting your home's equity into cold hard cash so you can pay off all your credit cards or start that home remodel. Loan Pronto has several easy options to let you access the cash from your home. There is virtually no paperwork, no cumbersome process, and no junk fees, and often no appraisal. The average homeowner right now has over $300,000 in equity. That is your money, and you should use it. Now, one client got $150,000 out of their home using Loan Pronto. They paid off all their credit cards, a couple of car loans, and a personal loan, and they cut their monthly expenses by $1,500. Now, you could get approved in as little as a day, so act right now with no hard credit pull up front. 615-499-5780. 615-499-5780, loanpronto.com. Equal housing lender, NMLS 166-1781. Subject to lender approval, NMLS consumeraccess.org. .634 Nashville's Morning News. Listen, you've probably been looking for cars and you've seen the words buy here, pay here, and it does make you think, this is not a place I want to go, and I do get it. Most of these dealers have really bad reputations. I am here to tell you there is one place you can go, Nolensville Road Auto Mart. Now, they're different for a few simple reasons. They've been doing business in Nashville for 61 years. They are Nashville natives that only sell clean title cars under $12,000. Now, if you're new to town and you need a place to trust, they got you. If you need a first car for a 16-year-old, they can do that too. You don't even need to take my word for it. The Google reviews are excellent. One location on Nolensville Road, close to Thompson Lane. They've got you in and out in an hour or less. And the best part, they are the oldest buy here, pay here in Nashville. And they work with your own financing if you have it. Flexibility, transparency, and honesty. That is why I recommend Nolensville Road Auto Mart, automartcars.com. That is automartcars.com.
All right, looking at the downtown Nashville area, we have an accident with the Gore block. That accident has been moved to the Gore at the split on I-65 southbound. That's at the I-24 downtown exit 86. Looking around the area, that 24 onto 40 has picked up a little bit of traffic due to the previous accidents and road work happening. Otherwise, 65 north and south are looking a little better. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Happy Friday to you. It is March 28th. Dan Mandis here, back in the saddle. Thanks to Brian for filling in yesterday. So, I want to bring on in EJ Host, and always love talking to EJ and get her perspective on things. EJ, there's so much to talk about. Let's just go ahead and launch right into it. One of the things, and we'll just kind of go over some of the big stories this week.
Sure.
One of the big stories this week, of course, is the discussion of funding for NPR. Now, one of the things that I personally have enjoyed watching is Jim Jordan and others talking about and talking to NPR and the CEO of NPR. This was a moment where Jim Jordan is asking her all about the bias over there at NPR.
Is NPR biased?
Congressman, I have never seen any instance of political bias determining editorial decisions. No.
In the D.C. area, editorial positions at NPR, he said he found 87 registered Democrats, 0 Republicans. Is that accurate?
We do not track the numbers or the voter registration, but I find that concerning.
Award-winning journalist who worked 25 years at NPR, Mr. Berliner, was he lying when he wrote that?
I am not presuming such. I just we don't track that information about our journalists.
87 to 0, and you're not biased.
I think that is concerning if those numbers are accurate.
Well, those numbers are accurate, and of course, they're talking about, that is NPR CEO Catherine Mayer, and they're talking about the reporter, I think he was either senior reporter, editor, whatever it was, who worked inside NPR, and he did write a big, long piece about the bias at NPR. Not really surprising, though, is it, EJ? I mean, we've been watching NPR for a long time.
So, I mean, more power to you if you've been watching NPR for a long time, but I can't take it. So I mean, there's been SNL skits about NPR. It's so bad, and it's been bad forever. As long as there's been NPR, there's been bias at NPR, right? So I do find it interesting, though, that we're focusing on these hearings. We're focusing on, the sound bites of the really great Republicans who stuck it to the lady who's got all this bias and all of that stuff. I think what we're learning, though, if you actually look at the reaction of the people, right, the reaction of Republicans and people who voted for the Trump agenda and pretty much all over social media, left, right, and center, we're tired of hearings. We're tired of talking about stuff. We're tired of just constantly, 15-second, 40-second sound bites, and
it's if I may, it's soapboxing.
We want something done.
Yeah, it's soapboxing.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're tired of the soapboxing. You're right. We want something done. So when it comes to these hearings, don't fund them anymore. We have the majority. We don't need all of these sound bites. We could zip through these committees really, really fast. I mean, it could be just, yep, all right, your time is done. Let's vote. Done. Get it to the floor and vote, because we don't have that much time. Whether it's this defunding thing or any of the other DOGE initiatives, we don't have to go through. We're adults and we have the majority. We can say we're moving this through as quickly as possible because that's the Trump agenda that was voted for. And we have a very slim majority for a short period of time to get anything done. And so I think people are just getting really frustrated. In fact, it's not even just us regular lay people that are getting frustrated. Congressman Tim Burchett, I encourage everybody to follow him. He does these great videos as he leaves the Capitol each day and tells us what's going on. And he's getting extremely frustrated because they're not actually doing anything. They're talking a whole heck of a lot, but it's time for some action now.
Yeah, one of the things that Tim Burchett said is, and it's a 2-minute bite, but one of the things that he said, I have it, but I don't have time to play it now, is that there's a lot of talking going on, but there's not a lot of action. And basically one of the things that he said is that if you voted for Donald Trump, if you voted for DOGE, so far we're not doing it. He actually also said, I'll probably regret posting this. I don't know if he did, but
yeah.
you
he
do
said
have...
he'll probably get in trouble for posting that, but he's not wrong. I mean, this is kind of business as usual, and we're tired of it. I heard you're going to have Mark Green on in a little bit. I would encourage you to ask Congressman Green, why aren't we passing these things through committee so much faster? Why aren't we codifying everything that Donald Trump is signing into executive orders and saying that he wants as part of his agenda? Because I promise we will lose the majority in the House if they don't.
And there's actually a lot of conservatives. I know you've been on social media this morning. Last couple of days, a lot of conservatives that are getting worried because, there's special elections that are happening around the country. Some of these are at the local, state level, and also some at the national level for the House. And the concern is that Republicans, we've got the House, we've got the Senate, we've got the White House. And so Republicans, they're not really worried, and they're not as activated as the Democrats are. I mean, to the point,
they're getting a little arrogant, I think. And, we should look at two big things that happened this week to show us how we need to stay, or why we need to stay engaged. One is over in Lancaster and Lebanon counties in Pennsylvania, a very important race over there for a House seat, and we lost it by 482 votes. Now, all that work that Scott Pressler and the Charlie Kirk organization and lots of state and local Republicans did in Pennsylvania, now they're sitting back on their laurels and just, not worried. Well, that's what happens. 482 votes. The other big thing that happened this week is Elise Stefanik. Yep. So Elise Stefanik out of New York, she was supposed to be an ambassador. She was going to be leaving her post in the House, and the Trump team has asked her to stay and continue being that House rep from New York, because this majority is slim. And we are in danger of losing it, especially when you look at the fact that, we only have a couple of more months probably before everybody takes off for summer. Nobody's paying attention to the news cycle. And then we're going to come back for maybe one more session, in the fall before Christmas and holidays. And then that's it. Then everybody's going to be focused on their next election and raising money, and instead of focused on getting things done. But I think the best way to ensure that we keep the majority after the midterms is to actually do something. We really need this Congress. I would encourage every single one of your listeners to call every House member, every senator that you can possibly call, and tell them to get off their duff, quit pontificating, stop with the 40-second sound bites and your social media posts, and actually do something.
And here's the big alarm. Well, I don't have time now. Coming up, after I get back, how's that for a tease? Coming up next, I'm going to tell you, EJ, one of my big worries if the Democrats end up with the House of Representatives. It is 6:45. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather today, we're looking at sunny skies and a high near 80. On Saturday, late rain, high of 75. Sunday, watch for storms, a high of 78 degrees. Your complete forecast is coming up at 7 here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. It is Nashville's morning news for Friday. EJ Host is joining us. Dan Mandis here. So you know what's going to happen, EJ, right? So, and you talked about, Republicans, because you're right, Scott Pressler actually called out the Republicans on the socials. I think this was yesterday afternoon, saying that we're asking for help from the Republicans. We're asking for help from Republican or conservative organizations. We didn't get any. And now here we are. We've lost this race. So you're right. We can't get arrogant. We can't get complacent. And so part of my worry is that, and I know you share this, is that if the Democrats get a majority in the House of Representatives, I think it'll be 24 hours before they try to, go after Donald Trump, try to impeach him, do whatever it is that they can from a legislative standpoint to stop everything that he wants to do.
Yeah, and they'll succeed, because right now there's about a 48%, 48 to 47, if I remember correctly, from the latest polling, saying that general voters will vote for Democrats in the in the midterms. So it's very, very slim. Now, that doesn't take into account specific races in specific states. So hopefully there's a lot more strategy involved as we get closer. But yes, you're absolutely correct. And they've already started the process of filing articles of impeachment. So they're not going to stop. They're going to keep coming after Donald Trump. They're going to keep coming after every one of his cabinet members. And if they have the House, they will get some things done, because look, if there's anything we know about the Republicans, we know that they can't all be trusted either, that we've got a good amount of rhinos in there that are, friendly with the deep state.
What do you think of, I was talking about this earlier, I don't know if you were listening, but I was talking about this earlier, speaking of the deep state, signal gate, if you will, and everybody's talking about this. I do find it interesting that, Mike Waltz, a national security advisor, Mike Waltz, he has been named by many Republicans as a deep stater. I don't know if that's true or not. Perhaps it is, perhaps it isn't. I don't know. But it seems like the media and the Democrats are really going after Pete Hegseth and not necessarily Mike Waltz. Now, I do understand that Hegseth, they're accusing him of, putting classified information into the group chat. But Mike Waltz is the one that put this Goldberg onto the phone thread, the text thread. But right. I find it interesting. They're really going after Pete Hegseth because they want him gone, because Hegseth has always been banging on the Democrats and the mainstream media from his time on Fox News.
Yeah, I also think he's an easy target, given his past with the females in his life, to put it lightly. Right. I think he's an easy target because he's got so much time on television, and he's, everybody knows his face. They've known, who he is and where he comes from for a very, very, very long time. They also have ready-made talking points when it comes to him, because they just fought for his, against his confirmation. And so that's why, this is almost how it was a setup. I mean, I don't like conspiracy theories necessarily, but let's put this in perspective here. Not going after Mike Waltz, but using Hegseth, trying to get him to be the scapegoat and make his head roll. Okay, that should tell you right off the bat something is odd about this whole thing. The fact that it was The Atlantic, really? I mean, of all the news organizations, that's the guy who was accidentally in the group chat. Hard to believe.
Now hold on. Hey, EJ, hold on. I need to know, when you said the word accidentally, did you have air quotes around it?
Absolutely. Could you see it through the phone? Yes, I definitely had air quotes. Yeah, accidentally in the chat. There's too many coincidences. Judge Boasberg being the guy who's handling the lawsuit that just coincidentally happened to be ready to file almost immediately. I mean, my goodness, it all of it reeks as a setup of some kind. I don't know who to accuse or blame for this, but I do think that the Trump administration would be smart to not fire a soul, even if they find that there's a bad actor in there, because if you give these Democrats an inch, they will take a mile. Do not let one person get fired right now. Give it a couple of months and fire them kind of quietly without a big hoopla. They need to take some time off for health reasons and spend time with their family, find somebody else to replace them that you can trust, right? But I think for right now, just for optics and to go ahead and prove that the Trump administration thinks that this is a nothing burger, they have to make sure it remains a nothing burger and don't let anybody get fired.
EJ, how can folks find you on X?
Go to @EJ under the radar.
All right. Thank you, EJ. As always, great commentary. It is 6:51 on Nashville's Morning News, and Jeff Malinoff has the news coming up at 7 o'clock. Hey, Jeff.
Yes, we have an update on the man responsible for the deadly crash in Nashville Thursday morning, and he has been charged. Also, Tennessee Speaker Cameron Sexton talks repercussions for Representative Justin Pearson and his outburst Wednesday. Those stories coming up at 7 a.m. on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
6:53 on Super Talk. Dan Mandis here. Listen, if you've got a piece of land, a piece of property that you don't know what to do with, think about a pole barn from my friends at Stoltzco. They are the premier pole barn builders here in the state of Tennessee. I've been talking about these folks for a long time. A lot of WTN listeners have had the confidence in Stoltzco to use them to build their pole barns, and they are happy. So if you're thinking about a pole barn, call my friends at Stoltzco. Putting up a pole barn from Stoltzco could increase the value of your land big time. You can use it as a garage, an event space, an equestrian building. You could just live in it. Now, pole barns from Stoltzco, they are flexible. They are built really well. A lot of folks in the city will actually use these barn dominiums, as we call them, if you live in them. And you can use them sort of as a getaway to the country, if you like. Call these folks at Stoltzco. Again, they're really flexible. They are built really well. Tell them Dan told you to reach out at 615-622-5992, 615-622-5992. You can also find them on Instagram and Facebook or at their website, stoltzco.com. .655 on Nashville's Morning News. You know, for me, my backyard is definitely my oasis. But I bet a lot of you folks feel the same way, which is why I am so glad that my friends at Save a Tree came into my life. Now, Save a Tree can help your trees, your bushes, your plants, and your shrubs look amazing. Now, if they're sick, Save a Tree can nurse them back to health. And if they simply don't look right, Save a Tree can make them look incredible with proper pruning. Now, Save a Tree did come over to my house, and I told them my issues with my plants and my shrubs, and I had a lot of issues. And they did give me great suggestions on how to fix my crepe myrtles and my shrubs as well. They can make your lawn look amazing and weed-free. They can treat yellow leaves and diseased shrubs, and yes, they can also help you bring those trees back to life. See how beautiful your yard can be and set up your own evaluation. Find them at saveatree.com, SAVATREE, saveatree.com. You can also simply dial them, pound 250 on your smart device and say the keyword Save a Tree. That's pound 250, keyword Save a Tree. 6:58, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thanks to E.J. Host for joining us in the previous segment. If you joined us like right in the middle of it or whatever, we are going to be podcasting that. You can find it at the end of the show at 997WTN.com. Now, she did mention, we mentioned this audio from Congressman Tim Burchett. This is what he said. This is part of a longer piece, but this is what he said about whether or not Republicans in the House of Representatives are supporting what Donald Trump and Elon Musk are trying to do with Doge.
It's a good piece of legislation, need to be passed, but we're not fulfilling President Trump's Doge agenda. Remember this, Congress, Republicans, we got about a 3-person lead, maybe, and I'm sure I'll catch hell for saying this, but we didn't. Our approval rating is right above those people that are scraping Teslas right now, and you know we're running around the country hollering about all this stuff, and Trump won overwhelmingly because of the Doge agenda, cutting this stuff out, and we're not cutting nothing out. So, yeah, I'm disgusted. Anyway, hopefully we'll do better next week. Thank y'all for sitting me here.
All right, that is Congress. Another Tennessee national treasure, Tim Burchett, and we'll talk to Congressman Mark Green coming up after the news on WTN.
It's 7 o'clock. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Right now, in news in Nashville, Tennessee Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton tells WTN's Matt Murphy whether Memphis Democrat State Representative Justin Pearson will face consequences for his outburst during a hearing on his gun control bill on Wednesday.
Representative Pearson accused Republican members of the committee of not doing anything about what he calls gun violence, allowing people to die, and he started shouting.
Doing the hard work of making sure.
Then after his bill was rejected, he strolled up to Republican State Rep Andrew Farmer, shouting and pointing in Farmer's face, Farmer staying calm and seated while other lawmakers restrained Pearson. Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton as to what might happen to Pearson next.
We're still working through it. You know, we're talking to the Democrat caucus, and, you know, I'm happy that they're having conversations with Representative Pearson. They're engaged with him in trying to cure this situation as well. Whether or not he listens, I don't know. But we're going to continue to look at maybe some conversations. There may be a consequence or not, maybe a warning about it.
Ken Weaver, WTN News.
More news in Nashville. A 25-year-old man is facing multiple charges stemming from Thursday morning's interstate crash that killed 2 people near Davidson-Rutherford County line. The fatal crash and the detectives that work in fatal crashes discovered that Daniel Caravaca Benila, was driving a Dodge Ram 2500 on I-24 East when he failed to slow down for a traffic merging over for construction near Old Hickory Boulevard exit ramp. Benila slammed into the back of a Chevrolet Silverado, starting a subsequent chain of crashes. The initial collision killed both occupants of the Silverado, 45-year-old Bradley Parrott and his 72-year-old father, William Parrott, both from Illinois. The men were pronounced dead at the scene, MNPD said. Benila was booked into Davidson County Detention Center and is charged with vehicular homicide by intoxication, 7 counts of aggravated assault, driving under the influence, possessing a firearm while under the influence, and an implied consent violation. He remains in jail on a $580,000 bond. Market Numbers Reports brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Shares in companies that make cars and car parts fell Thursday, dragging down the broader market in the wake of the president's new tariffs. 25% fees on foreign-made vehicles are set to hit next week. Tariffs on car parts made overseas take effect in May. The S&P heads into this morning's trading after closing down 1/3%. The Nasdaq dropped a little over 0.5%. The Dow dropped nearly 155 points to close at 42,299. Shares in Ubisoft surged overnight after the French video game publisher announced a deal to spin off some of its best-selling franchises. Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six will fall under a new subsidiary. In a near party line vote, the Republican-controlled Senate has approved a measure that would strike down a Biden-era rule capping bank and overdraft fees at $5. Consumer advocates say that'll allow banks and credit unions to charge higher fees than the actual cost of those services. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looking at the numbers before the market opens today, everything's pointing downwards, unfortunately, but not too bad. 0.15% for Dow, 0.18% for S&P 500, and 0.3% for NASDAQ, all pointing downwards. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. That stop and go in I-65 southbound has been cleared up. Still looking a little rough on 40 heading in the downtown area. Otherwise, everything else is wide open. Traffic every 10 minutes, every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
.707 Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Appreciate you being here for a Friday. Lots of news going on. I want to welcome on into the program Congressman Mark Green, who joined us. And Congressman, always great to have you on. I have so much to discuss. Let's get right to it. Now, you are, of course, former military. So I've got to ask you about Signalgate, a couple of different things. We all know the story, so I don't have to go into it too deeply because everybody knows. But from your perspective as someone who is former military, what is your response to two things? Number one, the fact that, Pete Hegseth and Mike Waltz, et cetera, were using Signal as a way to communicate with everyone. That's number one. And number two, do you think the Democrats, this is a loaded question, but do you think the Democrats are looking rather desperate to try to make this a very big deal when the bigger point is that this was an extremely successful mission?
Well, look, the Democrats are going to do nothing but try to tear this guy down. That's their only hope. They don't have a vision for what they want to accomplish. Their vision was woke and was, just a disparate, socialistic, and for some of them, like AOC, if you really get into what she says, communistic economic policy. So, they have no. Look at Afghanistan. Look at all the terrible foreign policy actions of the former president. They have nothing to hang their hat on. So the only thing, the best hope they've got, is to find mistakes made by the administration and seize upon that. So that we're going to see that for the rest of the time President Trump's in office.
I got to tell you, one of the things that I thought was interesting, and then we'll move on because some of this is inside the Beltway politics. But I did find this interesting, what Hakeem Jeffries said. Congressman, you and I both know that the Democrats, we just talked about it, they are under fire for not fighting the Republicans enough. And this is what Minority Leader Jeffries had to say.
We're in the middle of a fight right now as it relates to Pete Hegseth. He needs to resign or be fired by Donald Trump. We've made that clear across the caucus. And Democrats, I think, showed fight in the Senate hearing on Tuesday and in the House hearing on Wednesday.
Congressman, when you look at how the Democrats are behaving in the House of Representatives, do you feel like, because that's Hakeem Jeffries obviously trying to convince folks that they are fighting against Donald Trump, how would you characterize what's happening in the House right now?
Well, again, Jeffries and crew, they don't have a path forward for themselves until they redefine their party, and so all they can do is, we're fighting. But remember, 30%, probably 30% of the Democrat Party is, their ideology is what just failed them in the election, and so it's compelling. Those are the guys that are going to Democrat town halls and saying, you're not fighting hard enough. Well, look, that philosophy was just rejected by the vast majority of Americans who woke up and saw where the Democrat Party was really going. They're going to clearly continue to have this tension in their ranks until enough of them realize that is a failed ideology, whether you're in Venezuela, the Soviet Union, or Cuba.
Congressman Mark Green is joining us. Congressman, I want to play something for you. This is something that Tim Burchett he posted yesterday, and I want to get your response to it because there are some worries from within the Republican Party. This is what the congressman had to say. Tim Burchett.
We're not fulfilling President Trump's Doge agenda. Remember this: Congress, Republicans, we got about a 3-person lead, maybe, and. I'm sure I'll catch hell for saying this, but we didn't. Our approval rating is right above those people that are scraping Teslas right now, and we're running around the country hollering about all this stuff, and Trump won overwhelmingly because of the Doge agenda, cutting this stuff out, and we're not cutting nothing out. So, yeah, I'm disgusted. Anyway. Hopefully we'll do better next week.
All right. So never one to mince words. That is Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman Mark Green. Similar accusations have been made from inside the conservative movement. What say you?
Yeah, we're not cutting enough, but we've got a 2 or 3 seat majority right now, and I'll take some cuts. I think they're looking at several $100 billion that are going to be cut. In the reconciliation, if they can get done what they're, and I sit in the chairman's meetings. Tim probably misses those, but I'm hearing what the overall direction of our desires of the leadership is, and they've got several $100 billion on the chopping block. So, look, if we can get that, that's a step in the right direction. But I mean, what we need to do is exactly what Trump wants to do: get rid of the Department of Education. And there are other departments, the IRS. We just go to a flat tax. I mean, you don't need an IRS. There's so many different efficiencies that could be had. I mean, in Homeland, we're doing a pilot project in reconciliation that will cut the TSA and automate all the identity checks and the scanning that's at the front, and we'll move those people to the border if they want to do that. But we're gonna create efficiencies. Now, is it what really the max which needs to happen? No, but we can't do that with a 2 or 3 seat majority because, again, and I've made this point before, Democrats vote their ideology. Republicans vote their districts. And and Fitzpatrick out of Pennsylvania, his district is significantly different than mine. My district, Tim, we get to do those conservative votes. But that guy will not get reelected if he does. His electorate, his body, the people who sent him to that office are more Democrat than they are Republican. And so if he votes for those cuts, he's gone. And we lose the majority, and it's over. We don't move it. So look, I'd love for us to cut $2 trillion. I think we can do that. I think that the inefficiencies and the crap that's gone on with USAID and all those examples that Elon has brought out are there. But it won't win. We won't get those votes, and so let's cut $800 billion and move the needle.
One of the questions, and I'm gonna ask this coming back. We have a traffic report, but one of the questions a lot of folks are asking is about codifying the executive orders that Donald Trump, and you just mentioned a couple of them, that Donald Trump wants to ultimately bring into official law. We're going to talk about that straight ahead with Congressman Mark Green. 7:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. Thank you very much, Christy. As far as your weather goes, it's going to be dicey on Sunday. But until then, today, sunny and a high near 80. On Saturday, late rain, a high of 75. And on Sunday, strong storms, a high of 78. Possibly some severe weather as well. And we have possible tornadoes as well on Sunday. Your complete forecast is coming up at 7:30 on WTN. Congressman Mark Green is joining us. So how difficult is it? Because I know that you and many other conservatives want to codify the executive orders that Donald Trump, and there's over 100. I've lost count, to be perfectly honest. But
we're approaching 200, I think.
Okay, so how difficult is it with the slim majority in the House to make those legal, to codify those executive orders?
Well, I think a lot of them can be and will be. Not everyone, but I think a lot of, especially the border stuff. We have a very, very good consensus on that piece. So I think you'll see a huge number of them codified.
Are you worried? There's again, a lot of rumblings about Republicans, and this is sort of just more of a generic question, but I think it's an important one. And someone such as yourself, I mean, you're in touch with conservatives, not only in Tennessee, but across the country. Are you worried that there are some Republicans and conservatives around the country that are getting a little complacent? We've had some special elections across the country, and the fact of the matter is that Republicans are losing these special elections in Iowa and Pennsylvania. So the Democrats clearly are fired up. And I'm not so sure about the Republicans. And these are really conservative people that are saying this. There's a really important situation going on in Wisconsin as well. So are you getting worried about what's going to happen in the midterm election, sir?
Yeah, well, I'm not so much worried about the midterms because I think that a lot of the sort of, President Trump has gone in and I think it's necessitated a wrecking ball because for years, Republicans have gone to Washington, D.C. and promised to do X, promised to do Y, and then they never build the consensus in the House, and it never gets done. And so President Trump's come in. He's come in with a wrecking ball. There's a little bit of collateral damage. Some of those people are getting rehired. I think all of the turmoil of that, which was necessary, absolutely necessary to get it done, is going to be smoothed out by the midterms. And I'm optimistic for the midterms. But for those specials, I'm very concerned about voter turnout, particularly in Florida. And we have two down there that should clearly be Republicans. And one of them certainly will. I think the Panhandle will never elect a Democrat in my lifetime. But down a little further south of Jacksonville in Mike Walls' seat, we're worried about that seat. And it's voter turnout. And you asked the question, is it complacency? I think, yeah, maybe that's the case. It could also be that the candidate. I got to dig into that race a little bit to understand it more, but there are significant many leaders who are concerned about that race right now. We need people to get out and vote. We need to maintain and grow this majority, or this vision won't happen.
One thing you have introduced, it was actually a reintroduction of a bill that you have put in apparently before. This bill went in yesterday, and it seeks to reform prior authorization requirements in Medicare, Medicare Advantage, and Part D prescription drug plans, requiring only specialty board certified physicians to make important decisions about treatment. So, of course, everyone knows, you have a medical background, obviously, as well. So talk a little bit about what that does, sort of in plain speak, if you would, and tell us how that's going to help folks in Tennessee.
Yeah, so patient goes to a doctor. The doctor has 5 options to fix the back issue. The insurance company, or the doctor calls the insurance company to get a prior authorization. The patient suffers while waiting for that prior authorization to be approved. They oftentimes will take, of those 5, the insurance company may say, well, 3 of those we're not going to approve, but you can do this one or that one. And this one and that one are minimally invasive and then prolong care, and the person gets, okay, they try that, the doctor tries that because that's the only thing the insurance company will pay for, and then they try this, and then there's this algorithm that's there to save the money of the insurance company. And it prolongs care to patients, and it's pain and misery, and in some cases death. And so I believe, and I did this in the state Senate too, I believe that if an insurance company is telling a physician that they can't consider 3 of the 5 possible solutions to the person's problem, that is a medical decision. That's a decision that we make a physician go to medical school, residency, and board certification process in order to be able to make that decision for the patient. And some AI algorithm or some, person who's, been at the office for 90 days and got a sheet they're working off of because that's what the insurance company said, is making these decisions. And to me, that's offensive. I think that's wrong. And so a patient and the physician can say, these first 2 things aren't going to work for you. Well, the insurance company, if they're going to tell that doctor no, the person telling that doctor no from now on is going to be a board-certified physician who practices that specialty, and this will force the insurance companies to take the patient into consideration and not their bottom line, and that's the point of it all.
And I'm sure you have more details on your website. Let me ask you very quickly one last, because everybody knows you presided over the impeachment of Alejandro Mayorkas, those hearings. Now we have all these MS-13 and Tren de Aragua gangbangers that are being sent, either back to Venezuela, they're going over to Gitmo, and then eventually El Salvador, so on and so forth. Are you satisfied so far with what President Trump has done with deporting these illegal aliens? Do you want to see more? Tell me what your thought is a couple of months in.
Yeah, I think if it stays like this, we're going to need a bronze statue somewhere of Tom Homan. I mean, that guy he's kicking butt, and they are doing a great job. The judges are the problem in this. They're the choke point in this equation or throughput process. And we'll appeal, and, the president has the authority. They're just woke judges who would rather see criminals on the street in America than they would cops funded and doing their job. So we'll get past all that. But no, Tom is doing a fantastic job. And I mean, it was 8,000 that crossed, I think last month. The message is out in the world. If you're a criminal, they're going to send you to Gitmo. I mean, that's probably the biggest deterrent of all, right? And so, no, Tom and the president and Kristi Noem are doing a great job.
One last question. I apologize to the producers. I'm running late, but I've got one more question, Congressman. I've got to ask you, since you touched on judges, your thought on impeaching some of these district judges, federal district judges that President Trump wants to see impeached.
Well, being the guy who led, definitely led the only successful impeachment of a sitting cabinet secretary in the history of the country, I can tell you the process has to be strategically done. And I have not looked at it because that falls under judiciary, and that'll go through Jim Jordan. So I've not personally dug into that. I've got reconciliation. I've got my Pivot Act. I've got, all the other things that are on my agenda pushing forward. I think it could happen, and in some cases probably should happen. I'm going to let them come up with their strategic plan and run that. But I'll whisper in Jim's ear some suggestions on what made it successful for Mayorkas. But I'd love to see some of these guys gone. Look, there are judges out there. Here's the thing too, and you're going to hear this from my physician background. A doctor can let a patient go, and some harm happens to that patient, and that patient has a right to sue that physician in our country for making a bad decision. But a judge can parole some criminal that goes and kills somebody, and that judge is somehow not liable. I mean, it's time to start holding some of these judges accountable. So, yeah, I hope Jim is very strategic about this, calculates the path forward, and moves and makes an example out of a few of these guys.
All right, Congressman Mark Green, thank you for your flexibility, and have a great weekend. Got to run, 725, Super Talk, 99.7 WTN. And we got the news coming up at 7:30. Jeff Matlinoff, what do we got?
Well, we got the DUI laws possibly changing here in the state of Tennessee. Also, Vice President J.D. Vance heading to Greenland and what that means for national security. Those stories coming up at 7:30 on Super Talk, 99.7 WTN.
7:20. $7:26 on WTN Spring Cleaning Time, and Zero Res is offering a great way to get your carpets clean and, yes, save you money as well. Now, I've been using Zero Res for years because they don't use harsh chemicals and soaps, just powered water, and that means pure safety for your family and your pets. Now, think about the last few months of snow. We've received a lot of rain. We have some rain coming this weekend, as a matter of fact. And so you've got all of that dirt and the grime and the bacteria that has been tracked into your home. You need a carpet cleaning company that can safely get your carpets clean. Now, Zero Res has great reviews on both Google and Facebook, and yes, from my house as well. I've been using Zero Res for years, and right now they've got a great deal going on. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for $109, 25% off of area rugs as well. Going to repeat that one more time. 2 rooms of carpets cleaned for only $109, 25% off of area rugs as well. Restrictions may apply. Call them at 615-535-9376, 615-535-9376, ZeroResNashville.com.
It's 7:31. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Heading over to the D.C. area, a trip to Greenland, now headed by Vice President J.D. Vance, is bringing along with him National Security Advisor Mike Waltz and Energy Secretary Chris Wright. ABC's Terry Moran has the story.
President Trump says U.S. control of Greenland is essential for the nation's security.
I think we'll go as far as we have to go.
Energy Secretary Wright expanding on those claims.
If there are nuclear weapons coming at the United States, they're not coming across the Atlantic or Pacific Ocean. They're coming over the poles. So having northern monitoring for our strategic defense is critical.
Wright also acknowledges the rare earth minerals in Greenland.
Heading over to the North Carolina area, more dry weather is raising the risk of wildfires. Here's ABC's Jeff Smith.
Another day of elevated fire risk over North Carolina, particularly western North Carolina, where we've had the fires burning. New red flag warnings in effect for that area. We maximize our wind and minimize our humidity during the afternoons, both today and into the day on Saturday.
Hey, be wary if you're heading into the North Carolina area this weekend. News in Nashville. Over at the state capitol, lawmakers debating changes to DUI laws. Here's WTN's own Ken Weaver.
There is a push to lower the level of blood alcohol content to charge someone with aggravated vehicular homicide if they're at fault in a fatal crash. News 2 says Piper Republican State Rep Ron Gant's bill lowers the threshold from 0.20% to 0.15%.
Lowering the enhanced blood alcohol content holds individuals accountable for driving with significantly impaired judgment and motor skills. It sends a strong message, Mr. Chairman and committee, that being twice the legal limit will have a serious legal consequence.
News 2 says data from the Department of Public Safety and Homeland Security shows between February of 24 and January, 1 in 3 people killed in Tennessee crashes involved someone driving under the influence. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
Dan Mandis here every night at homework time. I thank the Lord for my friends at Xfinity Internet. Now, here in my house, we can stay connected with Wi-Fi coverage that delivers the speed we need, and you can too. You know, I do a lot of fill-in shows nationally, across the country as well, and I can rely on Xfinity for my rock-solid internet that I use to do all of those shows. Today, I'm in my basement using Xfinity. Now, homework and our jobs, they don't wait for the internet to work. You need a reliable connection even when everyone is online and working. I rely on Xfinity. We've got Riker with his gaming and his homework. Amy, of course, works from home every single day. And so we do rely on Xfinity, and I've been a customer for years. So get the best Wi-Fi for your life, whether it's doing homework with the kids or work for the paycheck. Rock-solid internet is only a phone call away with Xfinity. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, 1-800-XFINITY, online, Xfinity.com, or drop into an Xfinity store today for more details.
Got some crashes to report with an HOV lane blocked near the B&A airport. That's I-40 westbound past Briley Parkway East, exit 215. And looking around the downtown Nashville area, that is the only seeing a bit of a stop and go on that 40 heading in the downtown area. 65 north and south are still looking pretty open. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7:35, Dan Mandis here. Now, listen, you may have that pre-summer stress starting to kick in. How confident are you that you're ready to slide into that bathing suit? Listen, friends, if you need help, like so many of us do, I want you to check out Contours of Cool Springs. They are experts in red light technology. Now, they can help you lose 2 inches of fat in that first session, or it is absolutely free. Now, I did it. My pants are noticeably looser, and if not, that session is free. If you're not happy, that session is free. You know, the Contours in Cool Springs, they're the only place in Tennessee with this cutting-edge red light technology. Folks do come from everywhere because what Contours offers is unique and effective. See how it works at their website. It's a great website, contoursllc.com. Now, right now, Contours is offering you a $99 Belly Buster special to the first 10 callers. That is going on right now. That is normally a $600 value. First 10 callers right now, you're going to get it for $99, save $500. Call right now. 615-236-9960, 615-236-9960. Find them online, contoursllc.com. Rugs. How long do I have? It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Welcome on into Nashville's Morning News for Friday. James Carafano from the Heritage Foundation is joining us now. James, always great to have you on. We have so many things to talk about from a foreign policy standpoint. Let's get into, first off, Greenland. Of course, today you've got J.D. Vance and others from the Trump administration going to Greenland. You and I have spoken about Greenland before. There does seem to be a battle going on regarding Greenland, and should the United States try to take over Greenland. And there are a lot of reasons from a foreign policy standpoint and a military standpoint that we should try to, I'm using the term take over Greenland, but talk about your perspective on all of that.
You know, what people don't get about Greenland, actually Greenland and the Panama Canal, is this actually isn't even really about our defense. This is about maintaining the ability of the United States to project power. Greenland doesn't really matter unless you really need the transatlantic bridge to reinforce Europe. Panama Canal doesn't really matter unless you need to quickly move naval forces from the Pacific to the Atlantic to respond to global challenges. So it really is about protecting America's role in power projection. And everybody, regardless of what the deals actually look like in either place, the fact that they're secure from foreign influence, every friendly and allied nation around the world ought to be supporting that. And it also kind of proves Donald Trump is the worst isolationist ever.
That's a great point, actually. You're right. And I think the fact that you have the president and he is sending, J.D. Vance out there, and of course J.D. Vance's wife as well, and others, I think it does show the importance that President Trump is putting on all of this. One of the other things, and you and I have spoken about the Panama Canal before, where President Trump was talking about how the Chinese were taking over the Panama Canal. That was a very, the Democrats sort of poo-pooed that whole thing, but, President Trump had some legitimate concerns there, and we have seen some progress on that front.
Right. I mean, if you think about it, it's not the ownership of the canal per se, but the fact that at some critical moment, you could shut the canal down, either turn off the locks or ram a ship into a lock and block it. Think, for example, if the United States was trying to prevent a Chinese military buildup against Taiwan, and we wanted to move additional forces from the Atlantic to the Pacific, and the Chinese just shut the canal down. I mean, that would be really crimp operations. So it is an important issue, and it's a legitimate issue. I mean, even when we gave the canal back, the Panamanians had treaty obligations, which they have not upheld over the years. So the U.S. has both a legal and a strategic reason to take this seriously. And I got to tell you, having talked to many people in Panama, and I met the president of the Heritage Foundation was just in Panama. The Panamanians get it, and they recognize the U.S.
We got to call it. Hey, Mason, pot him down. It's right there. And I was pulling for a cell phone, and I was pulling for it, but unfortunately, if you're James Carafano, if you're listening on hold, your signal is terrible. So we'll try another time, but I appreciate it. But what he says is true. When we're talking about the Panama Canal and how China, it's not like they had a military takeover of the Panama Canal, but for President Trump and for people in Trump's corner, when he said that the Panama Canal was under Chinese control or Chinese influence, he was absolutely right. And it was something that was incredible, worrisome. The other thing that I was going to ask about, have you checked him? Did you go back on? I really wanted to ask him this question. Is he still on hold?
No, he's moved on.
Okay, he's moved on. We're going to have to move on. That is so frustrating because I wanted to ask him about what Ari Fleischer posted about Signalgate and about how, and I'm gonna just do this really quickly. Then I've got some other things that I want to talk about. But Ari Fleischer, he used to be the press secretary for George W. Bush, and he talked about this as it relates to Signalgate. He says no one is talking about this part of the signal call, but in many ways, he says, it is the most important revelation. European Navy ships are militarily incapable of defending against Houthi attacks. He talks about this ragtag militia built by Iran is stronger than French and the British navies. How is that even possible? And Ari, of course, again, this is somebody who knows better, and he's been reacting to this part of the text thread, and he knows this stuff inside and out. Michael Waltz, this is what he put up on, this is what he texted during that now infamous text thread on Signal. Whether we pull the plug or not today, European navies do not have the capability to defend against the types of sophisticated anti-ship cruise missiles and drones the Houthis are now using. So whether it's now or several weeks from now, it will have to be the United States that reopens these shipping lanes. Per the president's request, we are working with DOD and state to determine how to compile the costs associated and levy them on the Europeans. Remember that J.D. Vance, he disagreed with us attacking the Houthis. And by the way, this might be the first time that I've ever really disagreed with J.D. Vance. It probably won't be the last time. But we have a long history here in America, without giving a history lesson, but we have a long history of protecting and opening shipping lanes, whether it's from the pirates or, terrorists like the Houthis. And so this is just another example of what we had to do. But he's right. J.D. Vance was right that this really does bail out the Europeans, because while it did impact our shipping and our commerce, not nearly as much as Europe. And so how do we pass along the cost of that attack on the Houthis on the Europeans? But anyway, that is part of what Ari Fleischer was writing about, was tweeting about, was, listen, how is it that the French and the British, they're so consumed with the stupidity of DEI, they're so consumed with censoring people of, more conservative nature, but they are not ready for an attack by the Houthis, and they can't stop these attacks by the Houthis? So what's as J.D. Vance said weeks ago, maybe months now, what the heck are the priorities of the folks in Europe, in France, in Britain? Because he's right about the Houthis being this ragtag organization funded, by the way, built and funded by Iran. So I agree and disagree with J.D. Vance all in one monologue. Number one, I disagree with him. I do believe that, yes, we should take part in opening up and protecting these waterways, because we do use these waterways as well. But Europe does use it a lot more. But we also, once again, bailing out Europe, and now they have to help pay for the cost of keeping those waterways open. 7:47, time to check the roads on WTN. Very good as far as your weather goes. Today, sunny and a high near 80. Saturday, late rain and a high of 75. Sunday, watch for storms and a high of 78. And some of those storms could be severe. Your complete forecast is coming up on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So talking about Signalgate, be honest with you, I think it's the left that really, really cares about this. I don't think that Republicans, I don't think that this is something that they really think is going to be that big of a deal. This was Donald Trump on Signalgate yesterday, and he basically is saying, I don't know why y'all are going after Pete Hegseth. This was Mike Waltz, and he's learned his lesson.
Well, that's what I've heard. I don't know. I'm not sure. You'll have to ask the various people involved. I really don't know. Mike Waltz, I guess he said he claimed responsibility, I would imagine. Had nothing to do with anyone else. It was Mike, I guess. I don't know. I was told it was Mike. But again, the attacks were unbelievably successful, and that's ultimately what you should be talking about, I think. So Mike did, he took responsibility for it.
Should Secretary consider his position over this?
Say it?
Should Secretary Hegseth consider his position over the signal?
Hegseth is doing a great job. He had nothing to do with this. Hegseth. How do you bring Hegseth into it? He had nothing to do. Look, it's all a witch hunt. Here we are talking about some of the greatest business deals ever made. The greatest companies in the world are moving into the United States, and you want to ask about whether or not Signal works. I don't know that Signal works. I think Signal could be defective, to be honest with you. And I think that's what we have to, because you use Signal, and we use Signal, and everybody uses Signal, but it could be a defective platform.
All right, so there you go. That is Donald Trump. By the way, as I mentioned in the 5 o'clock hour, Signal has seen a massive increase in downloads, as obviously there's a lot of people that didn't know about Signal. And so despite the fact that Trump is saying, well, maybe Signal is defective, I think that Waltz made a mistake. And for the Trump administration, It's not a career killing or job killing mistake. He did make a mistake. And I think for a lot of people who are watching this, I think the reason why the media is so hyper focused on this, and I think the reason that the Democrats are hyper focused on this is because it obviously gives them something to complain about, because over and over and over and over again, Donald Trump has been winning at every turn. 7:50. Time to check the, let's see, where am I at? 7:50. I'm sorry. You know, broadcasting from home, sometimes I get a little confused. It's not hard for a man my age. 7:50 means that it's time to look at Jeff Malinoff and see what's coming up in the news.
Thought you were going to say Joan for a second, but here we are. All right. Department of Health expected to go through layoffs today. Also, new information about the D.C. plane helicopter collision from January. Those are coming up at 8 a.m. on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Dan Mandis here, Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Now that you've only got a couple of days left to take advantage of spring rebate madness here in the month of March. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling offering all kinds of rebates to save you money. Right now, listen to these. A mini split 17 SEER or a heat pump 17 SEER, that is an $800 rebate. Heat pumps 15 and 16 SEER, that's a $500 rebate. Duct sealing or repair, that is a $300 rebate. So many ways to save with Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. You join the Beehive Club today, by the way. I've been a Beehive member for 10 years. You get a $50 rebate on your spring and fall tune-ups. And that means that you've already saved enough money to pay for the Beehive membership for the year. They'll even file those rebates for you, so you don't have to. Now, there's a ton of other benefits as well. When you join the Beehive Club, check them all out at their website, busybeehvac.com. Busy Bee Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling. Call them. Tell them Dan told you to reach out. 615-775-7833. 615-775-7833. busybeehvac.com.
Did you know you're overpaying for your health and wellness products?
With over 20 company-owned brands offering its members vitamins, supplements, wellness, and skincare products, you're able to save up to 70% off retail.
Members Nutrition can't change your life, but we can change the way you live.
7:55, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN for Friday. My name is Dan Mandis. How are you? So Tim Walz, I don't know why they keep rolling Tim Walz out. I mean, the dude is literally a certified loser. And so he is apparently at a congressional town hall with Beto O'Rourke. Now, you remember him, another certified loser. And this piece of audio is making the rounds.
That our strength is our diversity. We've been talking about this for years as a country of immigrants, and we let them define the issue on immigration. We let them define the issue on DEI, and we let them define what woke is. We got ourselves in this mess because we weren't bold enough to stand up and say, you damn right we're proud of these policies. We're going to put them in, and we're going to execute them. And so
thank you, Tim Walz. Please do. Please do. And by the way, as I don't know where this was, but people are pointing out, and it is true, that as he's screaming about DEI, as he's screaming about woke, and he's screaming about diversity, which, by the way, that is how you got into this mess, because those were the policies and the types of things that you kept screaming about during the Kamala campaign. There's like one black person in the entire video that I just played the audio on. There's like one black person. So I don't know what that tells you about the diversity of the Democrat Party, but I've got to tell you that that video, and which is going viral for the wrong reasons for the Democrats. But I think that video shows you that the Democrats, I believe, are still in trouble. Now, Laura Trump has a new gig over there on Fox News. People thought maybe she'd be running for office, maybe in the state of Florida. I think maybe North Carolina. I can't remember now. But she has a new gig on Fox News. And you know who she is going to be speaking to this Sunday? Susie Wiles. Yeah, the same Susie Wiles, who traditionally does not like to do interviews at all. I mean, she's somebody who definitely likes to stay sort of in the background. But she helped Donald Trump get elected the first time around, and she helped get Donald Trump elected this time around. And now, speaking of diversity, Tim Walz, she is in the Trump administration. As a matter of fact, she is the head of, she is the chief of staff. First female chief of staff ever. And so Laura Trump asked Susie Wiles this question.
I saw it throughout the course of the campaign. And I think people noted the change. There was a slight change in the president and the way he operated and the way he kind of would take a second and think through things. People gave you a lot of credit for that, Susie.
And her answer is really, really great. And I'm going to play that for you coming up next after the news at 8. Also, a Justin Pearson update as well. That story continues to evolve. I've got the very latest coming up as well right here on Super Talk 99.7. The Super Text line is open. 615-737-9986. 615-737-WWTN. Got a lot more straight ahead. It is Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Eight o'clock on the dot. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Joan's still not feeling well. Hopefully she'll be back next week. Mass layoffs expected at the Department of Health and Human Services, as up to 10,000 workers could receive their notice as soon as today. Here's ABC with the story.
To make them more productive and also ultimately save the government about $2 billion a year. But others warn that these cuts will come at a cost to critical programs. So take, for instance, the CDC. It will now be narrowing its scope. But for decades, the CDC has done so much more than that, from chronic diseases to overdose deaths. It's unclear what exactly happens to those programs.
New information has been discovered about the helicopter that collided with an airplane that took the lives of 67 people in Washington, D.C. in January. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Alley.
Investigators revealed the helicopter had turned off its geotransmitter, or ADS-B. It sends out real-time altitude and speed, information investigators say could have warned air traffic control that the chopper was too high. Military officials say the crew on a training mission opted to turn off the system to avoid public tracking software. It's unclear why.
News in Nashville. Sunday storms could be headed our way. Sunday night, possibly expect hail and a little bit of maybe a tornado warning here and there, but expect heavy thunderstorms there on Sunday night. Money news brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Shares in companies that make cars and car parts fell Thursday, dragging down the broader market in the wake of the president's new tariffs. 25% fees on foreign-made vehicles are set to hit next week. Tariffs on car parts made overseas take effect in May. The S&P heads into this morning's trading after closing down 1/3%. The Nasdaq dropped a little over 0.5%. The Dow dropped nearly 155 points to close at 42,299. Shares in Ubisoft surged overnight after the French video game publisher announced a deal to spin off some of its best-selling franchises. Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six will fall under a new subsidiary. In a near-party-line vote, the Republican-controlled Senate has approved a measure that would strike down a Biden-era rule capping bank and overdraft fees at $5. Consumer advocates say that'll allow banks and credit unions to charge higher fees than the actual cost of those services. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Looking at the futures right before that 8:30 start time, everything's still pointing downwards. Dow is down 0.27%, S&P 500 down 0.37%, and NASDAQ down over a little bit of a 0.5%. That's the latest news. Traffic weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News. No accidents to report on the highways currently, but looking at the downtown area, 40 onto 24, that ramp is still heavy stop and go flow, as it usually is every day. 65 north heading in the downtown area is picking up some steam, as well as 65 south heading down in the same area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:06, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to your friends. Hope you're doing well and happy Friday. A lot of things going on. So Laura Trump has that new gig over there on Fox News, and I like what she's doing. She's speaking to politically influential women. And I mean, it's as far as I can tell, it's a great show. And she's speaking to this weekend none other than Susie Wiles. And part of what they're talking about, and we've all noticed the change in Donald Trump, have we not? So he is, what's the right way to put this? He is handling things, in my opinion, a lot better. He is handling things a lot more. And I hesitate to use the word maturely, but right now, when you look at the adult in the room, when it's Trump with a whole bunch of, frothing at the mouth, Democrat leaning reporters and so forth, Donald Trump and the Trump administration, they are the more mature people in the room. So it is clear that Donald Trump is indeed a changed man.
I saw it throughout the course of the campaign. And I think people noted the change. There was a slight change in the president and the way he operated and the way he kind of would take a second and think through things. People gave you a lot of credit for that, Susie.
Yep. And here's the other thing is that clearly Donald Trump has been through a lot. Susie Wiles, by the way, is Donald Trump's chief of staff. And again, I like what she had to say. Susie Wiles talks about what has changed Donald Trump's perspective.
He's been through so much. The lawfare, having been the leader of the free world, having had an assassination attempt, he's a different person than he was. So I really don't think that any one person changed him. I think life experience and who he is changed him. I think he's a better leader now. So I don't know that I had anything to do with that, but I think the country benefits from it.
Absolutely, the country benefits from it. And I do believe that Donald Trump is handling a lot of the challenges that the Democrats and the judges are facing, are giving him. I think that the challenges he is facing, he is handling them appropriately. Now, Justin Pearson, I have not been on the air since this whole thing came down, and I wanted to, there's been an update to this rapidly evolving story. So I want to talk a little bit about this because I got to tell you, when this whole thing came down, I was horrified at the behavior of State Representative Justin Pearson. Came down Wednesday, continues to percolate. So I know that you know the story by now, but I'm going to play a little bit of reminder audio to set you up where I'm going. You know the story by now. You've got State Rep Justin Pearson, who has been gone for pretty much the entire session, that comes rolling in. And he starts in about how the state legislature simply has not been working hard enough on gun violence. Now, he has been gone for the 3 months, the entire session, basically, because his brother committed, and I'm going to put this in air quotes, gun suicide. Not suicide, but gun suicide. And so he comes in and he starts talking about that, and he starts talking about how the Republicans simply have not been working hard enough on gun violence.
We need to do something about the gun violence epidemic. We have the power to do something about the gun violence epidemic, and we don't just have to offer some empty thoughts and prayers.
I don't think it's fair for you to come in front of this committee and lecture us on hard work and convictions and hard work for our committee. So when I understand where you're at and what you're doing and why, but at the end of the day, we've been here working.
It is a pathetic excuse for you to not answer the question of why we are doing nothing about the gun violence epidemic than to personally attack me.
So the voice you heard, of course, as you now know, is Representative Andy Farmer. And can somebody please tell me where exactly is it that the Republican conservative personally attacked Justin Pearson? He didn't. Clearly, Justin Pearson is lying. Always playing the victim card, of course, but then he gets into where he has been in the last 3 months.
But let me explain to you what I have been doing, Representative, since you asked. My brother, Temperance Darnell Pearson, one of the loves of my life, passed away from gun suicide on December 1st of 2024.
So not just suicide, but gun suicide. It sounds to me like he is politicizing his brother's death, his brother's suicide. And that is rough. I mean, listen, I'm here to tell you that is really rough for the family. But that was a decision that his brother made. So I understand Justin Pearson being angry. What I don't understand, and what I will not accept as a Tennessean, clearly I don't live in his district, thank God, is that his behavior was abhorrent. And for, him to, number one, as I said, politicize his brother's death by calling it gun suicide. That's number one. And number two, he's using his brother's suicide as justification for going after the Republicans, for verbally assaulting Representative Farmer. And so I get being angry. I understand being resentful. But I think he's wrong to seemingly blame the state legislature for not tackling gun violence. I'm putting that in air quotes. And I'd like to ask Representative Pearson, what has he done back in Memphis to curb gun violence? Has he held any town halls to ask the gangbangers to stop shooting each other? Maybe he has. I don't know. Has he walked the apartment complexes and neighborhoods in his community asking the gangs to give up their more than likely stolen guns? Maybe he has. I don't know. But here's the other question I would have. Would the piece of legislation that he wanted to pass, would it prevent, or would it have prevented his brother from doing what he ultimately did? I don't know. Republicans have been talking a lot about mental health. But here's the thing. The legislation that he wanted to pass that the Republicans ultimately voted down, he wasn't there to work the legislation. As Representative Farmer said, he wasn't there to work the bill. He chose to take 3 months off. And every time we talk about this, we get hammered with people saying, my wife died, I only got 3 to 5 days. My mother died, I only got this. My child died, I only got this. People grieve in their own way. And trust me when I say, I'm not trying to take away the grieving process from Representative Pearson or his family. My issue is that he comes in after being gone for 3 months and starts throwing stones at the Republicans for not working when clearly they were. This was part of that dialogue.
While you've been here passing bills that have not ended poverty, while you've been here passing bills that have not helped people who need Medicaid expansion, while you've been here doing the hard work of making sure.
I mean, I'm not going to make you sit through all of this. I know that you've heard it. But there's nothing that justifies this.
Our situation is only to be
the suicide of your brother, which I'm sorry that your family is going through, but there is zero justification for this.
Pearson. That's what I've been doing. Hard work doesn't just happen with this legislation.
So, yeah, there is no justification for this. And Justin Pearson, at least to me, was way, and I mean way, off base in verbally assaulting Representative Andy Farmer. But you're going to put all that aside. Pearson next, as you know, runs up to Farmer, who's just sitting there. And Justin Pearson launches, tries to get into his grill, points his finger at Representative Farmer. Before he was held back by others, he eventually had to be escorted out of the room. So all of this happens. And then Pearson shows up on Fox 17 locally, and he lies through his teeth. And I've got that audio coming up. It is 8:15. Time to check the roads on WTN. As far as your weather at 8:16, well, look, we got some bad weather coming in on Sunday. Watch for storms into high of 78, possible severe weather. That is on Sunday. Saturday, late rain and a high of 75. Today, really nice day. Sunny and a high near 80. Appreciate you listening to Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. So just kind of going over some of this Justin Pearson stuff, because I don't believe that he was justified in his verbal onslaught and going after Representative Andy Farmer, who basically was defending himself. Justin Pearson was the one that came in after 3 months and said Republicans aren't working hard enough. And all Andy Farmer was doing was he was saying, look, we have been doing the work. But after that meltdown by Pearson, which, by the way, I believe could have been performative, he goes on to Fox 17 locally.
Representative Farmer was very disrespectful, dismissive of the pain, the heartache that we're experiencing, and was making it seem as though I had no right to advocate on behalf of District 86 because I've been taking care of my nephews and making sure that our family, my mom and my dad, were okay.
So there you go. I mean, that's a bald-faced lie. That is an absolute bald-faced lie. That is, of course, Justin Pearson. No way did Representative Farmer, and I played you the audio, say that he could not advocate for his family, nor did Farmer attack his family. Of course, the local media haven't called him out for lying. Fox certainly didn't, but I will. Because all Farmer did say was, we have been here doing the work. And so the argument could be made that Pearson was screaming about how the legislature hasn't done enough work on gun violence specifically, and that he and Farmer were sort of not on the same page as far as what they were talking about. But that doesn't excuse Pearson's verbal assault on Representative Farmer, the near physical assault of Representative Farmer. Not to mention, of course, breaking protocol in the chambers, but of course, we're all used to that. So after all of that, Representative Farmer turns up on Matt Murphy's show and says, listen, I didn't mean to offend Representative Pearson.
In no way did I ever intend to go anywhere near being personal with him, his family, his late brother. I can imagine what that's like, losing a loved one, being that close. And I understand the time he took.
Right. And Farmer was very respectful, by the way. But the truth is, Farmer didn't say a darn thing that deserved that abhorrent vitriol that he got from Pearson. No way. Pearson has not been doing his job, and he knows it. He's been gone for most of the entire session, and I understand that his family is grieving. But honestly, let's all be honest, that is a long time to be gone, especially when he comes back in and starts in on how the Republicans have not been working.
He hadn't been here. So he gets up there, immediately starts to demean all the members of that committee, all the Republican members. I mean, he just goes hard and says that we're not working hard enough, we're not doing what we need to do, and we need to do more. I thought, goodness, I was like, I just want to make it clear that we've been here working, and I understood why a person would take some time. He took a very long time. Everybody grieves differently. I understand that. We've had a member of the General Assembly that's lost his father here recently. We had a member that's lost his wife this year. We have a member that has got a liver transplant that is going to be here. It happened about 3 weeks, maybe going on a month ago. He's going to be here tomorrow. We've had a member that had a heart attack last week, and he's here today.
Right. In other words, is there any companies out there that would give somebody 3 months of bereavement time? And again, it wouldn't even be an issue. This is what I'm trying to say, friends, is that it would not be an issue if he had not come in and started blasting the Republicans. And when Representative Farmer was on with Matt Murphy, he really had to stand up for not only himself, but the entire body that had been working hard. And he talks about that with Matt.
Just to come back and to show up one day, and all of a sudden you just start, disrespecting the hard work of this General Assembly, the folks that have sacrificed so much to be here, and people understand how much sacrifice people make with their families, leaving home hours away, not having that time, never going to get it back. But we spend it here passing the laws that the people of Tennessee has asked us to do. We're representing our districts, and we're working hard.
Right. So all of this has been percolating in the last couple of days, and I do like what Speaker Cameron Sexton had to say about all of this. That audio is coming up next. It is 8:21 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And coming up in the WTN newsroom at 8:30, Jeff Malinoff has the news. And Jeff, what stories do we have?
Well, we have a 42-year search has ended. Also, a Tennessee Supreme Court ruling regarding COVID vaccine requirements for work. That and more coming up at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jeff. And to 8:21, I want to welcome on in my buddy Tony from Cabinet Solutions. Tony, always great to have you on. And I know that we are in the final throes, the final days of that great sale you guys have going on right now. 15% off for the month of March, and that's going on for another couple of days, I assume?
That's right. Monday is the last day.
And talk about the cabinets you have.
Yeah, all they need to do is make an appointment. They don't have to come in Monday. Just make an appointment, and they'll qualify for that 15%. This morning, I want to talk about closets, Dan. We're not talking about your parents' closets anymore, where you have this metal rod going around everywhere. We've got some nice cabinetry that we can offer people with custom layouts that's designed how they live. We've got tons of neat accessories with lighted clothing rods, among other items, like custom shoe areas, valet rods, islands, pull-down rods for the vertically challenged like myself, coffee areas, jewelry drawers, just all kinds of stuff.
And, I've been to your showroom, Tony. It is an amazing showroom, and you do have some incredible closets, a lot of customization that you're able to do as well. Now, folks, for Cabinet Solutions, if you haven't been there, if you haven't been on their website, they do have amazing cabinets. They do have incredible flooring, and, yeah, those closets are really cool as well. Tony, give us the website and talk about what people will be able to find at the website.
Okay, the website is mycabinetsolution.com, and they can see all our offerings, cabinet offerings, our flooring offerings. There's pictures of closets on there. They can just browse around and see what they like before they call us. But they can get on the website, mycabinetsolution.com. They can fill out a contact form that comes directly to me. I'll get to them ASAP.
All right, Tony, have a great weekend. We'll return next on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. $8:25, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And I got to tell you, coming up, I'm really looking forward to playing you the audio from Cameron Sexton, Speaker of the House, Tennessee House Cameron Sexton. He's got some great things to say about the Justin Pearson situation. And the time right now is 8:25 on Super Talk 99.7. Spring season is upon us, and right now is the time to start thinking about your outdoor lawn equipment. My friends at DT McCall's, they are helping you out with their Spring Club Cadet Mower Sale. It is happening right now, today, and tomorrow at their Lebanon location in Lafayette, April 4th through the 12th, and in Cookeville, April 18th through April 26th. Again, their annual Spring Cub Cadet Lawnmower Sale going on right now today and tomorrow. Looks like it ends tomorrow at their Lebanon location. You should know that DT McCall & Sons, they are ranked as a top Cub Cadet dealer here in the United States. You can find Cub Cadet riding mowers for the 42 to 72-inch decks for those larger areas, as well as the walk-behind mowers. Cub Cadet is one of the best mowers in America, and DT McCall's has them for you at great prices. Check out more information at dtmccalls.com. 5 locations: Carthage, Cookeville, Lebanon, Lafayette, and Franklin. Again, always online, dtmccalls.com.
It's 8:30. I'm Jeff Malinoff with your top stories. Coming up right now in the state of Nashville, the Tennessee Supreme Court has ruled against a woman who complained to state lawmakers about COVID-19 vaccination requirements at work.
Channel 10 in Knoxville says in 2021, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Tennessee required employees to get a COVID-19 vaccine during the pandemic. Heather Smith, the plaintiff in the case, sent an email to the Tennessee legislature, said she was upset about the requirement after she tried asking for religious accommodations and a change in her position to avoid getting the shot. Blue Cross Blue Shield warned her the email violated its policies, but she sent another email to lawmakers anyway, and the company fired her for violating the company's social media policies. Smith filed a lawsuit in Hamilton County alleging she was fired for exercising her constitutional right to petition the government. But the state Supreme Court says no, the state constitution only covers the government from retaliating against citizens for petitioning it. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Staying in Nashville, State Representative Justin Pearson might not be the only one facing repercussions for his outburst in a committee hearing on Wednesday.
Republican leadership is considering banning Covenant School mom Sarah Shoup Newman for crossing over into the committee member area during Memphis Democrat State Rep Justin Pearson's tirade in the House Criminal Justice Subcommittee hearing on Wednesday. She was trying to pull Pearson away as Pearson was shouting and pointing into Republican State Rep Andrew Farmer's face. Speaker of the House Cameron Sexton says, "You can't do that, no matter what the circumstance."
Public's not allowed up there for obvious reasons, whether it's for good intent or bad intent. You're not allowed up there, and so there's no gray area on that at all.
Newman's children attended the Covenant School when the shooting happened in 2023, and she's become one of the more prominent protesters for gun control during the General Assembly ever since. Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Heading to the state of Illinois, 42 years after a young woman disappeared just outside Chicago, pieces of the puzzle are finally falling into place. ABC's Jim Ryan says the woman's car was found earlier this week submerged in a river.
From ABC News, Wall Street now. Shares in companies that make cars and car parts fell Thursday, dragging down the broader market in the wake of the president's new tariffs. 25% fees on foreign-made vehicles are set to hit next week. Tariffs on car parts made overseas take effect in May. The S&P heads into this morning's trading after closing down 1/3%. The Nasdaq dropped a little over 0.5%. The Dow dropped nearly 155 points to close at 42,299. Shares in Ubisoft surged overnight after the French video game publisher announced a deal to spin off some of its best-selling franchises. Assassin's Creed, Far Cry, and Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six will fall under a new subsidiary. In a near-party line vote, the Republican-controlled Senate has approved a measure that would strike down a Biden-era rule capping bank and overdraft fees at $5. Consumer advocates say that'll allow banks and credit unions to charge higher fees than the actual cost of those services. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Well, that wasn't the right clip, but yes, the woman's car was found in the river. The money news going back into it, the stock has just opened up. Right now, we're all pointing downwards still as the Dow is down 0.27%, S&P 500 down 0.36%, and NASDAQ even more than 0.5% down. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather is next. I'm Jeff Malinoff, WTN News.
Thank you, Jeff. 8:32, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. Sell your home with the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate. Receive the strongest cash offer in the industry. You're going to save time and make the most money. With the guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate, you can skip the hassle of getting your home ready to sell. Receive an all-cash offer and close in as little as 21 days. There's no showings, no open houses, and no stress. Now, one of their clients, Jerry, he said, we needed to move quickly, and we were worried the process would be lengthy, and we would spend a lot of money on repairs. Mark Spain Real Estate got us an offer in just 3 days, and it was over the asking price. It was amazing. Selling your home is a big decision, friends, and who you work with does matter. As the most experienced real estate team in the industry, you can trust my friends at Mark Spain Real Estate to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Find out what your guaranteed offer would be. There's no obligation. Call 855-299-SOLD, 855-299-SOLD. Go to markspain.com to get a guaranteed offer on your home today and start packing.
All right, got a couple of accidents on I-24 westbound. One is just before Old Hickory Boulevard South, exit 62. The other one is past Bell Road, exit 59. That one has the left shoulder blocked. Looking around the downtown Nashville area, 65 north and south are still looking pretty good. And of course, that 24 ramp onto 40 is still seeing that heavy stop and go flow as you enter the downtown Nashville area. Traffic every 10 minutes every morning on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:37, Nashville's Morning News on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Good morning to you, friends. Dan Mandis here. It's time for the crisscross. Hey, Chris.
What's up, Dan? How you feeling, man?
Fantastic.
Are you sure? The word around the water cooler was you had a touch of the Rhea.
I did have a touch of the Rhea.
Don't admit it.
What?
Listen,
I am nothing but incredibly honest and genuine.
Yeah.
Sometimes to a fault.
Well, I mean, I get the feeling fantastic. Then a day removed from that is a good day.
That's exactly right. It was, and it was so weird because I left here on Wednesday and I felt a little off.
Yep.
Like all day. You know what I mean? And then suddenly it was just like, it was like
open.
Boom. Yeah, it was. Anyway, whatever. So people don't care. So anyway, hey, real quick, because I want to finish a topic.
Okay.
So the whole thing, Chris, about Pearson and Representative Farmer, that whole thing. I'm assuming you talked about it too.
Yes.
Cameron Sexton was on with Matt yesterday, and they're trying to figure out how to deal with Representative Pearson. I've just laid out for you with a whole bunch of audio that I know people have heard before. But, my whole point is that, number one, Pearson is out there lying about what Farmer said. That is number one. And number two, I believe that Pearson, the way that he framed it, his brother's gun suicide, he was politicizing his brother's very sad death, but this is something his brother chose to do. Anyway, I don't want to relitigate all of that. I just did it. Go ahead.
I'm kind of with you to a certain extent. Would he be able to make the same arguments if the suicide was a different method? Probably not. Would the suicide have happened if there wasn't the firearm? Probably.
Yeah.
And so you can absolutely make the argument that he's politicizing it. My argument yesterday, and it's more of like a broader point with conservatives, is just like, okay, if nothing real is going to happen, like what are we doing? Like the Jasmine Crockett thing. Oh, she scratched a cameraman's hand. She said something mean about Greg Abbott. Now we have to censure her. And then after the censure, nothing happens. Like it's just wasted hours. And we're fighting against this waste in government. And I think that this is just a perfect example of it, where conservatives are just like, just quiet down. Let's just move on. Because even if we be and moan about this and grandstand as conservatives and be like, oh no, how could he have done this? He lunged at him, and it just, nothing happens. So let's move on while we still have these majorities and actually just focus on getting work done instead of, white knighting this thing.
See, I think that Representative Farmer, he handled it perfectly.
100%.
I mean, because you know what Pearson wanted, right? Pearson wanted Farmer to get up and stick his finger back in his face so that he could scream and lie even more than he already has. But this is what Cameron Sexton said yesterday.
Right. And so the interesting thing is, once again, as we all know about Representative Pearson, he wants to play the victim, as always. Mm-hmm. And so he wanted to play the victim, that they insulted his family in the crisis that his family went through, which was not the case at all. He is under, obviously, Representative Pearson is under a lot of emotional distress. And so he flew off the handle and went up, and he was going to look like he was going to try to start a fight there in committee. And people had to separate him. Representative Farmer never lost his cool, never said anything, never pointed, never did anything back. Representative Pearson was the aggressor.
Yeah, Representative Farmer, man. I said earlier that he's going to get, my game ball, my MVP for the week, because he literally didn't do anything.
Yeah, he went with the no sell. But I think as conservatives, we have to go with the no sell across the board. That way we don't give these kind of idiots any oxygen whatsoever. Like the more we say their name, the more clout they get in leftist circles.
Yeah, and that's true. And I think part of the reason why the Republicans do this, and the reason why I'm doing this segment, is because there's a lot of misinformation that is out there in the mainstream media. Case in point, Chris, from WKRN.
Oh,
Pearson,
what a surprise. What a surprise is WKRN.
Pearson was forcibly removed from a House Criminal Justice Subcommittee meeting Wednesday after confronting Farmer for comments the Knoxville Republican made about Pearson's absence from the state capitol during a discussion of a bill to change gun laws. Pearson had just presented a gun reform measure when Farmer made a comment about Pearson's personal life. Now, I don't know. That is so lacking in context that I believe that would get, 50,000 Pinocchios from the Wall Street Journal, I should say from the Washington Post, if they actually did those things.
Yeah.
Because hello, WKRN, what is it that Farmer was talking about? Farmer was talking about and responding to Pearson making the accusations that the Republicans weren't showing up.
Yep.
And so, I mean, it just I earlier today I kind of made a bit of a impassioned plea for people to just listen to us, man. Listen to talk radio, because we'll actually give you the full perspective on this.
Well, and this is, and I understand why you got to cover it. I think one of the things that we have to do, and this is a point I made yesterday when we were talking about Signalgate, is it's not just putting out our side of the story, it's combating the leftist narratives. So, like, as much as I don't want to talk about some of these subjects, I do understand the value in doing so, because if we don't, we're letting the left control the entire narrative machine, and that's all the public hears.
Right. And here's the thing with Crockett is that, for me, the reason I cover her, and I know you do too, I think you do,
yeah,
is that we need to give her as much oxygen as possible, because I think that woman is a walking train wreck, and the more that we can give her oxygen, the more that people will look at her, hopefully anyway.
Well, in her
will look at her and think that she is as ridiculous as she sounds.
In her specific case, I'm more talking about the censuring of her. Like I think
the censuring is nonsense.
It's just like it's 4 or 5 wasted hours on the floors of Congress at the taxpayers' dime, and then nothing happens. Like what happened to Al Green after he was censured?
Nothing. He got more followers and he got more popular.
Honestly, so I think what we should do, and I'm going to steal this idea from Valerie on the text line. Can we impose some sort of fine system where if you embarrass the government, you could be fined $10,000, $15,000, $25,000, like an athlete if you embarrass the league with say you're suspended from the halls for repeated distractions.
There you go. You're suspended from the halls, therefore you can't vote.
Yeah, but you couldn't phrase it as you can't vote, because then they'd be all up in arms.
The dictator thing would never stop.
But I do think, could we do a $15,000 fine? Could we?
You know what, George? Do you know how much money George Soros has?
Yeah, fair.
You know what I mean? So that I don't know what the answer is. Like I don't know what the answer is. It's just frustrating. And the Democrats, they do this kind of bad behavior. They do get away with it. It is something that I know for conservatives, the thing that I get frustrated at is that we look at this kind of behavior on the left, we shake our heads, and it's like, how can you justify, for example, Justin Pearson, how can you justify that kind of behavior? And that is perfectly acceptable. Jasmine Crockett is perfectly acceptable. Her behavior is perfectly acceptable. I don't hear the Democrats in the State House condemning Justin Pearson for verbally assaulting and almost assaulting a member of the state House.
No, but I mean, that goes from the local state levels all the way up to the top. I mean, Nancy Pelosi couldn't even condemn the Tesla attacks yesterday. Did you hear that? She was asked about the firebombing of Teslas, and she was like, I'm so busy. I'm so slammed. I gotta move on. This is a problem up and down the Democrat Party, where they can't condemn any bad behavior from their side. It doesn't really matter what the behavior is.
Well, you know what the start of that was, the Summer of Love.
Yeah,
the George Floyd riots.
Fiery but mostly peaceful.
With a fire in the background.
Yes.
That's so awesome. Anyway, all right. So moving right along from there, because I've said my piece on this. That whole story of Pearson, it so angered me yesterday on Wednesday, and I thought everybody did a great job on covering it. But the fact that everybody is sort of tiptoeing around, well, his brother committed suicide, and we're trying to be understanding.
I mean, I'm sorry, man, but that's an American story now. Like, you're not the only person in America that's ever dealt with that, and you've had a lot of time to deal with it, months apparently. Your average American is going to get what, a week off of work, like, and maybe I'm just being too cold, but that's just the reality of it. For many American citizens, they're going to lose a family member to suicide in a number of ways. It doesn't just have to be a firearm. But then they're going to have to go back to work. You got to go back to work, and you got to be able to do your work in a professional manner. Clearly, he wasn't ready.
No, well, he wasn't ready, or he just wanted to use the grief that he would have, But he's using his brother's suicide, tragic as it is, but he's using that as a shield to be able to make a mockery of what was going on in the Tennessee State House, because, to him, it's like, I can use my brother's suicide as a shield to act like a fool, to dare the Republicans to criticize me for my foolish behavior.
But but it's a Democrat strategy that goes back decades. It's weaponized tragedy. Never let a good tragedy go to waste.
Yeah, I totally agree. 8064 has apparently been listening to me for a long time. Nancy Pelosi is an alien. Do you know how long I've been saying that?
She is a vodka inebriated alien.
Who knew that aliens liked vodka so much?
Those eyebrows are fake. You can't convince me otherwise.
All right. So what do you got for this, Chris?
Well, I had this crazy story about a couple of teenage girls in the Houston area who their mom punished them. Have you ever had to punish Riker and you turn the internet off? Is that something that you guys have done yet?
Yes, we have.
Many parents have employed this strategy. Well, this happened to a couple of teenage youths in Houston, Texas, and their response to mom was attempting to stab her. So that's an interesting story. Mason,
really?
I need a little bit of audio. This is the local report out of Houston.
Well, 3 teenage girls are in custody tonight after police say they plan to kill their own mother. And they say that it's all because their mom turned off the Wi-Fi. It happened overnight on Barker's Crossing near Barker Cypress in northwest Harris County. That's where we find Fox 26's Jade Fleury on this disturbing story. Jade.
Well, fortunately, the Harris County Sheriff's Office says that the teen's mom was not seriously injured after her own daughters tried to stab her with knives. And we spoke with some nearby neighbors who tell us that disturbances happen frequently at the family home.
They're known for that in this neighborhood. There's always cops around that house.
A family dispute turned violent. The Harris County Sheriff's Office says a mother was assaulted by her own teenage daughters for turning off the Wi-Fi.
Are we letting our kids become too addicted to the internet? Is this what this tells us?
Are you really asking this question? Of course we have. That is insanity. And yes, we have. So let me ask you, Chris, because you've got 4 kids in the house.
Mm-hmm.
How do you deal with that?
Well, I mean, so my oldest is only 11, and our trick has been to never let them start.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't. I don't want to talk from an ivory tower, right? Because we just haven't let them have the devices, and I think that's been the easiest way for us to navigate these waters is hold off as long as we can. Now, Kennedy will use like the laptop for school occasionally, and we want to like intro it a little bit here and there, but it's on our control in a public room in the house where she's not hiding these devices. And not even really because I think she's going to do something nefarious, but because I know how the internet operates. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, there's a lot of weirdness out there,
and
man.
So that's kind of been our strategy. I know it's not a strategy for everybody, but yeah, I think the easiest way to handle this is never start.
And maybe you hide the sharp objects just in case.
But what do you do? Because you got Riker and he's what, a little bit older than Kennedy. So he loves this kind of stuff. So you got to lean in some areas where they're passionate and have interests.
One of the things that we do is that because you got to prepare your kids for this stuff, because you're not always going to be able to, when they get older, they're not going to be able to turn things off or whatever.
Yep.
So we warn him if somebody wants your address, if they want to know what city you live in, if they want you to send pictures, whatever, if they want you to accept pictures, don't do it and come get me or your mom because that's not acceptable. And we're honest with him. I mean, we tell him there's a lot of really creepy stuff and people that are out there. So we're warning him of what to look for so that when he's older, he knows what to expect and he can process it and take determinative action on his part. Because, again, we're not always going to be there to protect him. He's got to know the threats that are out there, and he's got to be able to deal with it. So that's what we do.
100%. Are you on, do you do like time limits, like how much time you get on the screen per week, or how does that work? Because I think what the issue with these three girls, well, besides probably not having a father in the home, but that's a different argument that we can set aside for a different day. I think one of the issues that would be for these three girls would be probably a lack of time limits and a lack of, like, governing of this technology.
So in my house, basically, we have our priorities. Dinner time together is a priority. Homework is a priority. Doing the housework, the chores, all that is a priority. And then if he wants to spend some time upstairs on his Oculus and those other things, then he can do it. He loves watching, for example, YouTube videos. But here's the thing. We know what he's watching, and Amy is hardcore on those parental controls.
Good.
He loves space. He loves science. He loves architecture. That's what he's watching at the age of 11. So we're cool with that. All right, Chris, real quick, what's coming up next?
Man, we're gonna talk about a lot of things, but have you heard that we found the Ark of the Covenant? We're going to get into that today, plus maybe a little Shroud of Turin talk. And it might. This is it's Friday. We're going to have a little fun with that. We'll also talk about Maine versus Trump. We got some updates out of Maine, and Elon having a fantastic interview last night with the Doge engineers. They say Doge kids, but these are not kids. Very, very smart people on the Doge team working for free to rid the government of fraud, waste, and abuse. We'll play that interview, and we'll talk about the guy that was arrested for firebombing that Las Vegas Tesla dealership.
All right, Chris Hand coming up next, and we've got Jeff Malinoff in the newsroom. Jeff, what's up?
Well, we have an update on Vice President Vance's visit to Greenland. Also, President Trump's imported vehicle tariffs have left some in the auto industry a little concerned. Those stories coming up at 9 a.m. on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Jeff. .856, Nashville's Morning News on WTN. Dan Mandis here. I want to tell you about my friends at Nashville Tent and Awning. They can do great work for you. They can do great work for your home, the events that you're having in your home, maybe in a park. They do a lot of great work for the city of Nashville. For example, they are doing the Inner City Ministry event, a big event that was going on this week. And this is an event, again, out at the Inner City Ministry. This is how they raise money. And you've got thousands of people coming out. And Nashville Tent and Awning, they provided some tents for this incredible mission and this incredible ministry. So they do work, again, with the Inner City Ministry. They do work with the Titans. They do work with Vanderbilt. They do work with the Grand Ole Opry. Now, they can help you with an incredible enclosure that can be installed anywhere. So, for example, here we are in the springtime. And if you have maybe a wedding coming up, a wedding reception coming up, maybe a graduation coming up, some sort of an Easter event with the family coming up, Nashville Tent and Awning, they can put up a tent or an enclosure for you. This is one of the top companies in Nashville. So if you think about your backyard, you can actually extend your living space with a backyard enclosure from Nashville Tent and Awning, and so you can enjoy your backyard even when it's really hot in the next few months. Get some visuals and check it out at their website. It's ntaco.com is what I like to say. NTACO 615-329-3701, Nashville Tent and Awning. be even this weekend. You need a backup home standby generator from my friends at the Generator Supercenter, the nation's #1 Generac generator dealer. Call and get a free quote and get peace of mind when you have one installed. The Generator Supercenter does feature expert installation, 24-hour monitoring as well. They're not going to leave you in the dark. Financing is available. 615-879-1952. Generator Supercenter of Nashville.com.